And we're talking.
Hi, we're all talking.
No.
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Can we
hello,
talk
hello,
about
hello, hello,
football?
Hello.
It looks to be
Yeah,
working.
Let's talk about the football I don't know about.
Words.
You kick the
job.
ball
Good job.
with your
Not
foot,
bad. Yeah, good.
and it goes into a different place, and then you kick it again.
Hey,
Got 'em.
Chris. Oh, what a big run of 16 we have here.
Hey, Chris, could you say Amazon for me?
Amazon.
Thomas needs to go up
Yeah, that's what I thought.
pretty badly.
Buck on the last one. was too
Yeah,
quiet, too.
because so
If
I
I'm
changed
talking,
mine.
yeah, I'm talking at a normal volume. Buck,
So I'll turn
talking-
Thomas
talking
up.
Buck, it's Buck.
I'm
Buck.
because I changed mic because
Oh no. Turning Thomas back down.
I'm a bird.
You
I'm
sound
a
okay
beautiful
to me.
bird.
Did you ask me to say Amazon because you've got some sort of like link going on with Bezos to just have that slide into the
Yeah.
fucking stream?
I did. I wrote us a contract with Jeff Bezos. We're all legally obligated to sneak in Amazon every 15
So-
to 20 minutes.
So
Which is why
it was
that's
your
where
doing,
Dio's been
Buck.
spending a lot of time in the Amazon.
It was his doing.
Yeah, so
I'm
it was
pretty
you
good.
doing the boats in Baltimore, Bucks.
Yeah, that's me. No, ever since he sent us that flat of Red Bull, I feel like I've owed him.
Yeah, we randomly had a flat of Red Bull delivered to our house that wasn't ours, so thank you, Amazon.
What do you mean a flight of Red Bull?
A
Like
flat.
a flat?
Oh.
Like a...
Like 20,
I don't know, what,
20
do you guys call them a
cans.
case?
Oh, maybe a case. Oh, like a whole thing of
pallet?
camp.
Like a whole
Yeah.
flat.
Right,
no, like
I got
a
you.
pallet. Yeah.
I thought you said flight, like, because Red Bull gives you wings, like they were just coming over, like, this is a collection of
They
Red
showed-
Bulls, a
knocked on our door,
flight.
it's like, you guys have won a trip to Spain. It's like, but the bad one.
Alright, guys. We're back. Hello. Good day. Good morning. We're back on our D&D shit. We're here. We've gone back to week, so you'll see my mug in the seat. You'll see Wombat's face in the seat. Everybody gonna be DMing like we used to. Because we realized we forget a lot of things that happen
Yep.
if we go on too long. Because our brains are small. We small but mighty brain. That's it. That's the only announcement. We're back. It's been a few weeks. We played AWR last on December 17th. So it's been a little bit. Been
There was
over
snow
3
outside
months.
last time.
There was snow outside in Canada last time.
Actually,
And
I don't
now
think
there's
there was on
not.
the 17th.
Who knows, really? But I'm gonna do a little recap, just to refresh the party, refresh the viewer, refresh myself. What happened in session 55 of A World's Rebirth, which started in the former Temple of Saloon converted to Temple of Shar. The isopod that contained the body of Dio Priest, his changeling form that traveling companion Anawana had created from his flesh, bone, and her spirituality, began to crack open and slowly reveal the new purple-skinned drow form of Dio Priest. Upstairs in the maternity ward, screams rang through the halls as Empress Eleanor Lightless was in the midst of giving birth via C-section to a child of her and Lucian's, while Dio, not sure of who he is or where he is or what's going on, begins to attack various orderlies with his bedpan.
My would-be captors.
Or captors, depending who you are. Outside, the Emperor Lucian is speaking to some of his advisors about money while all of this is going on inside, not sure what is really happening. After a note from Javier made way of using Koi is brought to the party, it gets a little tense. Feelings are shared between mostly Dio and the people who work at the temple itself, and he ends up casting shield of faith on the baby, and it doesn't quite stick. There's something wrong here. Making your guys' way back to the House of Light, Rakesh is just the only one to be found. He is having a new oven installed, which led him to take a cooking class, which is the only wholesome content that happened last session. After helping Eleonora give birth because her stomach is impenetrable by magic or a regular blade, Lucian allows Callus to do the work because they're not letting Rosa be doctor in this situation, for good or for bad. As the baby is removed and the uterine sac is held, everyone begins to realize there are more faces and limbs than a typical child would. Concerned of what has happened in the creation of this child, it is quickly swooped away to the House of Light, where they enter Harrogash's now sterile and cleared out workshop, and very intense conversation begins within the party. The group split a couple of ways. Balthazar is very pro-science and wants to try an arcane technique that he has read about in restoring the life form of this child, while some of the group thinks that dispatching the child is the best thing to do, but thinks they should give Eleanor and Lucian the chance to say goodbye. And others think that this needs to be a fast act, and it eventually ends up with Balthazar being told he is able to test his theory and leaving the room, with Balthazar off consulting to the Emperor and looking for components for this ritual. Callus enters the pit and acts in a swift manner, putting this entity to rest. The air gets tense, some words are shared, perhaps some arcane spells are cast and held, but it is a tense argument in the streets of New Azur as Lucian and Dio get into it. Callus gets into it a little bit with everyone around him, and Meilin is the unintentional target of a very powerful spell, with Lucian now holding the small child in hand and flying off. The party fractures. The group is not each other's biggest fan, separating off, staying at different parts of the city, some not staying at the House of Light, some not staying at the Navy Rose, some returning to broken down shacks they used to live in their early adventuring days. No one really spends time with one another. The first half of our session takes place in the 3 weeks following these moments. Right after everything happens, where does everyone find themselves going? We'll start with you, Balthazar. Where do you find yourself wandering after this situation occurs?
So this is immediate aftermath.
Immediate aftermath. Like,
You
where
had
are
made
you
decisions about where you were going. Just to remind you, you were going to go see your kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He's just sort of sullen, walking through the street, thinking of all the ramifications that this means. Thinking about, he's got his kids here all set up, and he doesn't know what his future is. He's not sure what's going to happen. A little fearful. Starts heading into a bar to do the usual, and is just like stopping at the door, like, This isn't time to do the usual. This is the time to be proactive. I'm gonna go and see my kids, give them big hugs from Papi, and you know, yeah, tell them pleasant stories, and try and keep the scaries at bay. Probably catch Eleanor's eye, and she will notice a very strong hint of fear in a very undrunk daddy who is babbling weird stories about good times to some young infants.
Rakesh, being primarily a bystander in this situation, you did not directly have your hand in this sticky mess. Where do you go after playing witness to everything happening?
So being, I guess, a friend to Lucian, and like he dropped. Yeah, I don't really know. Maybe at the. I have everything in French. Actually. My English is so broken. Um. He's praying for the soul of the baby to be in peace and to not be suffering anymore.
Interesting.
And after that, then like maybe going to the bad house and doing what old men do, like just walking naked in the bad house.
That's our boy. Keeping a
Praying
normal
and
life.
being old.
Prayers and
Well-
naked dicks. That's Rakesh's life. Callus, being the complete opposite of Rakesh, going from bystander to directly being the powerhouse of this dramatic cell, where do you find yourself going?
I don't think Carlos goes anywhere. I think he just stays in the hole. Or at least goes back down into it and just sits there.
And May, what about you? Where do you find yourself?
I think she's in shock a little bit. And I think that she just gets into the hole with Callus and just sits down next to him and is just frozen like a statue.
And last but not least, Dio. Having released a powerful incantation meant for one hitting another, you just coming back from death in a body that's not yours. Everything happening around you is so fast, so different. Where do you go? What do you do?
Well, the first things I did, and I believe we went over this last session, is I took like an extra breath, and then realizing that I should attack the Emperor, though unsuccessfully. I go to get Damascus to leave town, but not after taking a large sum of money from a bank under kind of a lie. Giving it to Damascus, and then I told him that his brother had failed to come back from the dead, and I sent him home with enough money to hopefully keep the house from being foreclosed and get him out of the city as fast as possible. And then after that, I packed a little duffel bag and I got out of town for a little bit.
As the minutes turn to hours, the hours turn to days, everybody finds themselves mostly putting distance for one another. It's heavy times in New Azure, but even heavier for the Pucks of Doom, as their group, which was already on thin lines, is now even more fractured. Balthazar, you're the one who gets wind to your ear first of the drunken, unkept lifestyle Dio Priest has been keeping in town. And you only know it's Dio because you hear of this new bard who's playing impeccably accurate covers of old metal tunes in the city, and you're like, this is my friend. You find yourself in the streets of New Azure late at night, Balthazar, knowing just after when the bards would hit the stage, when the taverns start to come to life. You check the usual haunts, you check the lagoon, you check the Silk Road, not in a brothel, not in a sleaze. You know that the Cloaked Rabbit is basically boarded up and condemned, and Dio himself does not have a lot of money. So putting 2 and 2 together, or I guess 3 and 3 together, you find yourself at the Phoenix Roost. A very simple establishment in the middle of town. Nothing to shake a stick at, but nothing to write home about. A simple meal, a warm bed, a safe haven. You find yourself sauntering in after putting the kids to bed and making sure the House of Light is safe and secure. For your own sanity more than anything, your paternal instincts have you making sure you locked the door, making sure you have a way to get back in, and like repeating like where you're gonna be and who to call in case of emergency to these kids over and over. Eventually you find yourself wandering the streets this late at night sober for the first time in many years. You make your way to the Phoenix Roost, where on stage, in not a sloppy mess, but definitely a tipsy stupor, is a taller, half-drow individual, hand clutched to a microphone, a tankard of beer at his feet, and a top hat turned up for people to throw loose change in. It's unmistakable to you by looking at the attire and the bits of memories weaved in this outfit that this is your friend Dio. How do you approach and handle the situation knowing that you've basically come to do a one-man intervention?
So, anyways, this is Wonderwall.
Oh god, I have to do something before he plays Wonderwall. Yeah, as someone who's probably not been on the receiving side of interventions very much, because, you know, I can fucking teleport away from those. I'm gonna have to try and visualize how this is gonna be. I think he stays in the back for a while, just surveying, trying to find his moment. I'm also gonna say that he hits himself with an enhanced ability for Owl's wisdom, having seen the amount of liquor going around, and is incredibly tempted to just get fucking turned. Listen to Wonderwall, like the old days, like nothing's changed, but I have a mission. I need to stay sober and try and stop the shaking in my hands from getting crazy. And then, yeah, I think I'll wait for a sort of lull in the song or whatever, and use my mage hand. See this little, very familiar red hand coming, and just drop a gold into the hat and wave, and then come back to where an old friend is sat and looks a little nervous.
After the song is like finished, because I'm not gonna leave halfway through. Okay, everyone. Thank you. I'm gonna go take a shit back in whenever. And then I trip off the stage, like, and then stand up.
The room, awkward claps. Some of them looking at each other. Someone in the back going, shit! And then the rest just kind of sitting in the space.
If you like what you heard today, My name is D'Angelo Lightless. Put the money in the hat.
Smiling awkwardly like a small dog lost on the streets, you find your way off stage and wander back through the crowd. A few people like just grabbing your hand, squeezing, telling you good job.
There's like a young adult, and I like tilt their head forward or backward, and I sign my name on their forehead, but I forget I have an alias now, so I just write Dio Priest in big letters.
With a quill?
Kiss a baby.
Jesus fuck.
I just kiss a baby. And I go sit down. I'm like, hey, buddy.
Hey, so, what, it's Lightless now? Like, what's going on with that? Changing the stage name? Oh, I like the stage name.
Dio Priest is dead.
Hmm?
And I ran into some legal troubles getting, like, money out of a bank and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I figured there's not many drow up here. There's even less half drow, so I decided I'd take on a little bit of a friendly nom de plume.
Sure. I mean, there's one really famous half-drow with a, you know.
Yeah, Eleanora. She's was always nice to me. I figured she'd probably be less offended if I took her last name. There's been a few people who kind of called me out on it, but I figured it'd be best if I just be like, oh, distant cousin. That's why I'm up here. Don't worry about it. Nobody's really looked into it, and I haven't had any trouble. It's actually gotten me a few passes.
Well, if it works, it works. I mean, you say that Dio Priest is dead, but I just saw Wonderwall like I saw it the first time, like 5 years ago, so I don't know what you mean by that. Seems to be right here, doing things.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm still figuring it out. Dio was a lot of stuff, and like it helped me, but it kind of sucked. I don't know. I'm still Dio. Like, I'm not pretending not to be Dio. I just legal trouble more than anything.
Okay.
Because he did die, and then I proceed to keep it that way.
I saw that Damascus had left. I went to go try and speak to him, and I couldn't find him.
Yeah, I'll admit I jumped the gun a little bit. When it all happened, I remember seeing him coming out of the room, the Emperor, and I remember seeing just like, I know it wasn't, but the cloak and the crown, it looked like Vecna. I panicked. And after the conversation with Mei Lin, I thought maybe he had hurt them, and so I tried to hurt him, and it didn't work. But I was worried he was going to retaliate, so I had to get them out of town. So I fibbed a bit and told him what I just told you, is Dio didn't make it, and it was sad, but he had to go home.
So they think that you're really dead and you haven't come back.
Oh yeah. Yep. He was a little upset at you guys, but mostly understanding. Magic doesn't always work the way we expect.
I know.
And he doesn't really get much of that stuff, so, you know, he went home and
But
everything was fine.
But if you didn't want to be involved in this anymore, or if you wanted to start a new life, why didn't you just go with your brother? He still has a brother in you. You didn't have to tell him that you were dead. They're mourning someone who's still alive.
You said something to me
I was
right
I
after,
was upset.
right after it, but I couldn't risk you being right. What if what happened did change me and I go back home and then I hurt someone?
Well,
I haven't used my magic since then.
you're going to be
I
rusty.
tried. Oh, I'm not doing it. I what do you mean? I'm here for a reason. My magic isn't like your guys's, or like a lot of bards. I get mine from the big man, and we
Mhm.
haven't been on good terms. And also, this body, it's not the body that I fought for this magic in, and I feel it every time. Doesn't matter if it's a prestidigitation or a thunder wave, it hurts. Doesn't
Well,
it's not gonna kill me, but it's extreme discomfort.
well, why didn't you come to me? You know that I was working on magic that can
I didn't
change
want to be
people.
near your kids.
Well, I'm not always by my kids, you know. I have my own life too.
I didn't want to be near May. I didn't want to be near any of you.
I haven't seen anyone for a while, you know. It's been difficult. And look, when I said that to you, I was upset in the moment because there were a lot of different things going on. I wasn't trying to I didn't really take into consideration you just come back from the dead in a whole different form. I just was excited to see my friend wasn't dead. And we should have given you some more time.
No, no, it's fine. That's on me. I jumped the gun. I should have when everyone was asking if I could go look at Eleanor. I should have said no. I should have gone home and to the House of Light and rested. Home's here now. I get a room, and they've paid me 100 gold for a residency.
Come
I
on.
get free food. It is a buffet, so it's kind of gross.
You're worth more than 100 gold and some free food. You know that. We closed down every bar in Astapor and made them so much fucking money. You're working for pennies.
Nobody really cares about deal priests up here. It's kind of weird, you know. It's like I did some X-rated stuff before this, and that was a little gross. I don't like taking my clothes off anymore. I thought it would be fun, but it's different when you can't like make it look the way you want. I've never been physically stationary before.
Welcome to the land of the physically stationary, my friend. We play with what we have.
Nobody told me how hard sit-ups were.
I don't know. Go speak to Rakesh. I mean, you see that guy has abs like a fucking steel drum.
He's also all veiny. He's like old man. I don't know, man. So did you just come here for a drink, or did you hear us playing and wanted to hear some old tunes, or?
No, I'm not drinking anymore. I need to keep my head focused. This is incredibly difficult while I'm in this place.
Just when I got back into the game, you're getting out? I got a new liver to kill.
Tell me about it. Like, it would be lots of fun, but unfortunately we're in a very precarious position, and I have been given the responsibility of 3 little kiddies who I need to keep safe.
I forgot about them for a little bit. There was a time, a month and a half ago, or a week and a half ago, I started to write you a letter. I wasn't sure how I was going to do it. But I was going to say, we should just fuck off. Like the old days. And then I remember that little pig-tailed monster that runs a bar at 14. And I figured she'd probably kill me if I tried to abduct her dad. And I bet you she could do it.
Yeah, she's a great learner. She's picking up so much, but I mostly tell sort of toned down versions of our tales to the younger two before they go to bed. They like listening about Uncle Dio and his escapades across the world.
How did Eleanor take the news that I am dead? She was there when I told Damascus.
Mm,
Did she cry? That'd be cute. Little brat.
I think I just told her that you weren't dead because I know that you weren't, and I was confused.
I see like a little kid touching the top hat on stage. I just like, hey, fuck off. You know, there was a kid who reached too far in there last time, and it activated one of the runes, and they had to fish him out of the Feywild.
Well,
So,
I came
you came
to see you because I wanted to
been
check a
great.
few things. But looking at the hat on stage, you're still here. You've not decided to leave. You're still around.
Yeah, I tried to make it in Wainstorm initially. Tritons don't really dig my kind of music.
Hmm.
And because I started going by Lightless, I figured I wouldn't be welcome in the Jade Empire. So, you know, I also didn't have any money to travel. But I knew I wasn't going back to the House of Light. Not while people are there. Not while May's pregnant, and not while your kids are around. Oh.
Well, my kids know that you're no danger to them because you're their Uncle Dio, and you would always
What
look
if I
after
am?
them. You're
What
not.
if I am, though? What if the little brat pokes out of the darkness one night, and I go, oh no, Vecna got small, and then I snap her neck? I could do that now. I don't know what this body's capable of.
I just reach out and touch one of the arms, check the tensile strength. I don't think you could snap a chicken with these little arms.
It's a little dainty. I know. Yeah, you're right.
I think you need some place safe to just come back. To just take time, get used to the new you, without all the booze and the drugs. Look, I know, I really want to run away with the booze and the drugs. It's crazy. But I don't think that's the best thing for you now. I've been there. You've been there watching me fall down this pit, shitting in my own hat and pissing on the side of the bar when we really should have been doing something more with our lives, with our abilities.
Wow. You're really leaning into this dad thing.
I hate myself every day. It's like listening to my papa when he's like, Balthazar, you should be out there doing something great with yourself. Stop stealing from the bar.
Yeah, my dad would have loved that you were stealing from the bar. He'd think that was very funny. My mom, on the other hand, she was kind of the same. She thought after I got my powers that I was going to be like the next chosen of Millil. She doesn't get that doesn't happen often anymore. There's not chosens of every single god. That's not a thing. But I lied to her a lot. I told her like I was doing like missionary work when I was with you, when really I was just doing missionary work.
I was going to say, I remember some missionary work.
Yeah, my favorite style, goofy missionary.
Not mine.
Yeah.
But
or Jenga missionary, where we all did it.
Until someone fell down.
Anyways,
Well, if you
lost
think
all
about it,
results.
all of us were chosen by a god at some point.
Oh, that's cheesy.
It was cheesy. You were all having nice conversations. I was getting body
you're
slammed
talking
by
about the time we
fucking
were
shy.
literally all
Yes.
chosen by gods.
Yeah, come
I
on.
thought you were doing like everyone's beautiful in God's eyes.
No, there are really some ugly people up here. Like, Jesus Christ, I want to go back home, but fuck. So you were chosen by Malil, and you had their power and their ability. I was getting dommy-mommied by a big woman. Classic Tuesday. Of classic Fleep, even.
Every fleet ever. Okay.
But I want you to know that I'm around. I didn't know you were still here until I heard some songs, but I want you to know that I'm around, and if you want to talk, I'll be there. And you should come by the House of Light. You know, the kids would like to see you. And you know, just take it easy. Or, you know, I can give you some money, you can hop in the hat and you can go wherever you want. The choice is yours. But you don't have to make it now, is what I'm saying. Take some time. Remunerate.
That's a big word.
Elnor has been teaching me bigger words. Because her daddy is
That's
smart,
dangerous.
but he doesn't do a lot of the highbrow talking.
Dangerous kid there. She's gonna do something either great or terrible.
Yeah.
Either way, it will change the world.
Yeah, I've been teaching her some crazy spells too, so look out.
I have a question,
Mm.
and I will come by the house. I'll maybe I will. Question though, did she I know they didn't do typical schooling before they came up here. Does she know how to read? Like, does she know math?
Yeah, she actually, to say that she was raised by, I think her mom was a lady of the night. She spent a lot of
Oh, so
time.
she was real good at math.
She did a lot of time, you know, around the bookkeeping stuff, reading ledgers. To say that I grew up the way that I did, she grew up a lot smarter than me because she had actual books.
I don't know, man. Sometimes I look in her eyes and they looks kind of. I don't mean this. I don't mean to be rude because I know she's your kid, but she just kind of looks empty in there some days. It's like I see her look at a piece of paper and she just kind of stares at it, breathing for a while, like out of her mouth.
Yeah, she has a lot of
It's like the
responsibility. I think.
It's like the only time I remember that she's a kid. She acts like Maylin all the time, and then I see her looking at a piece of paper and she's like huffing snot. I don't know.
Yeah, she's taken on the younger two really to heart, especially with the environment they came up in. So I think she's just always
Rotund.
no.
Oh, the Jade Empire.
Somewhere else. I don't know. I don't know. Still won't tell me about
It's
their
not
mother.
important.
I can't remember who it is. Like, don't tell her. I say that I sort of know, but I don't remember it all.
How could you?
She was probably in the Jenga pile.
At least one of them.
Hmm.
Well, it was good seeing you, Balthazar. I better get up there. I got another few songs in the set yet, and I've taken like 6 breaks.
Yeah. Well, you too. Take care, and I'm around. You know where to find me.
I do. And okay. Yeah, thanks.
I gave him a...
And thanks for the gold.
Oh, I should have gone more. I just wanted to get your attention. I gave him like 5 more.
Dude, coppers are where it's at up here, man. These kids love putting money in the hat, and it's like a tourist trap. I don't even know what to tell you.
Well,
I have little tankards with my name on them in the gift shop. Well, not my name. The lightless guy, but it's pretty sick.
it sounds
That's
it.
something Dio Priest never had. Tankards.
Just pat him on the shoulder as I get up. You know, Dio Priest had a lot more than tankards. Now take care.
Yeah.
And
And then I go up on the stage. I'm like, okay, everybody, Now for a song about a guy who fell asleep in a bar. And then I sing an original, and it's very bad. Dio never learned how to write his own music.
As you get back on stage, Dio, and return to your sad discography, Balthazar, you find yourself leaving the Phoenix Roost and making your way back to the House of Light, where you find yourself subconsciously wandering up those stairs and opening the door and just checking all the kids are in bed, making sure they're all there, giving them a little kiss on the forehead before they go to sleep and you go to sleep, and you find yourself unsure of how successful that conversation was, if it made the point you wanted it to make, or if it's a lost cause and your friend Dio is gone. Another day or two pass and the sun rises over New Azure and people are mostly about their business, back to normal. And Maylin finds herself wandering to the palace. After doing some negotiation with the guards and really pulling some strings with Paige the Page, she manages to get a now very rare audience with both Lucian and Eleonora. She's eventually making her way in. The ground's cold. It's not long before she sees a very familiar face from the side of her view. There, bandaged up, armed. Callus, you find yourself also making your way to speak with Lucian, but you did so in a less bureaucratic manner. You're just showing up on his doorstep. You know, there's two kinds of people in this world, the planner and the actor, and you're the actor in this situation. But Maylin, you make note of your husband also approaching the palace through the halls.
Oh, good, you're here. How did you know I was going to be here?
Lucky guess.
Are you also coming to apologize and beg for forgiveness and to be able to keep our house?
No. I'm going to speak with my brother.
Do you have an appointment?
Nope.
I do. I'm a little bit early. Perhaps we can go up together. I can bring you in with me. But can we talk for a moment?
Of course.
And is there some private place that they can just be not in the middle of everything?
Yeah, you have a couple of options. There are a few doors, none of which you've ever really gone into, so you're not sure if they're rooms or storage closets. But you've got options, and you find yourself just pushing on 2 or 3 doors until one finally opens for you. And it's only about like 4 feet by 4 feet. It's got a mop and a bucket in it, and that's really it. It's a storage closet.
I agree that this needed to happen. But it didn't need to happen this way. We're not apologizing for the ends. We're apologizing for the means. He should have been able to say goodbye. We had a plan, Oscar. That was the plan.
Yes.
And when we don't do things according to plan, we apologize, don't we?
I think that all depends.
On what?
The situation itself.
What was different about this situation?
Nothing.
Then I don't follow. Can you help me understand?
I'm not justifying my actions, but I won't apologize for them.
No, I agree with you there. That I agree with. What we are apologizing for is not including Lucy. You understand? Like that's the difference. That's the missing piece that we should have had. The ends were going to happen no matter what. But we could have handled it better.
Sure.
Oscar, can I be honest with you?
Sure.
For someone who has dedicated his life to reducing the suffering in others, you seem all too willing and ready to inflict it. Where is that coming from? What has changed?
Everything.
What? Tell me what it is. Oscar, if I thought that this thing that was hurting you or making you make these decisions was a person, I would go to the ends of the earth to see them dead. That is not what you would do. That is what I would do. And I'm getting the feeling that you're starting to take after me. And that is worrisome.
The person making these decisions is me. That's all.
I need you to tell me a reason, because if the reason is because you've been spending too much time with somebody who is... If I am the reason, then I need to go.
You're not the
Or you need
reason.
to go. I don't believe that.
I am the reason. I have been so broken and so tired for so long, since before we met. I don't wear the helmet so that I can try and separate myself from what's going on. I wear the helmet so that you can't see the smile.
You weren't like that before. You were better at keeping it at bay, if you were. So what's changed? Because
Everything.
the only difference that I can see, Oscar, is that you've been around me.
No, I've been pushed and pushed and pushed, and I am so tired, and
You don't even come home at night, Oscar. How is it not me?
It's not.
Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is so I can fix it. I don't think that you understand. You can try bearing this all on your own. But your hurt is my hurt, whether or not you wish it. I don't think you understand that whatever you are feeling, I am feeling, and I have the doubly concerning stance right now of not knowing why.
I told you, it's me. You remember that when we met, Bella Luna was inhabiting me. You saw, I'd lose control sometimes, and she'd take over, and sometimes I'd come to, and my hands were covered in blood, there was bodies, there was... And then I was stuck with her for years. Lack of control of the things that I did. And after so long and so many whispers and I don't know if it was her influencing me or if it was just always me, but I began to enjoy it. And when she disappeared, it left a hole in me. I haven't been able to properly replace or fill it, and I acknowledge the fact that I have been getting worse. I can see it myself, but I just want it to end. I'm so tired.
Just want what to end?
Every time that I'm on the verge of death, I get ripped right back. And I'm sick of it. When the thing that you want most is in grasp and then ripped away from you over and over and over again, and then the one thing that I want to do while I am here is protect people, and I can't even do that. What is my purpose? Why even bother?
You can
I'm
protect
so
me.
tired.
You could protect my heart. That's a choice. That's good. You need to make a choice. Do you want to be passive? Do you want to allow things to happen to you and blame others and outside forces for the things that you do? Or do you rise above them? Make your choice.
I can't give up for as long as there is something for me to do. Protecting you is something. You are important. You matter. I'm not leaving. I'm not giving up.
I need you to do something for me then.
Anything?
I know how to fix this. How to fix this thing with Lucien. And it involves apologizing For the means, not for the actions. For the means. I need you to lie. And I can't do this. You should be involved in this decision. Baby's half yours. So I think you know that we'd make terrible parents.
Yeah.
Lucian needs an heir. And there is precedent.
I am not giving him our child.
There is precedent for adopted children being accepted by the Empire. The Empress herself is adopted.
He and Balthazar are such good friends. Can't he take one of his?
The optics on that are not as favorable.
I'm not. No.
We can fix it, Oscar.
No.
We can protect the people that we care about. Jesus Christ. Then what do we do?
No.
Then what do we do?
Nothing.
Are you going to be able to keep your tongue in check if I go in with you?
Yes. But we can't give him our child.
To be perfectly honest, Oscar, if this child stands between me and protecting you, I'll make whatever choice I need to make.
Just
Okay then. She goes to meet her appointment.
As you open the door, there's awkwardly a fist reaching up for the door, and there, awkwardly about to knock, is Paige the Page.
Hello, Paige. Did you need this particular broom closet?
No, I was coming to get you all, and then I saw you disappear, and I checked the first two broom closets, and I realized you were not in that one, but then I heard some spicy conversation, and I thought I'd just wait. But the Empress and Emperor are ready for you now.
Great, thank you.
You're so welcome. Will your husband be joining?
Yes.
I will have another place of tea set. And she, rushes off, quite promptly. And then stops and realizes, in the garden room on the second floor! And she just continues to, rustle away. You and Callus make your way up the stairs. Awkward silence kind of sits between the two of you as you make your way up. The hallway's long, the stairs steep. As you find yourself at the door you used to open a lot. You would come here for croissants in the morning to just reconnect with your friends. You used to see this room filled with faces you guys loved. But as you open it, it's almost sterile. The portraits are off the walls. The plush green velvet chairs have been removed and placed with much simpler wood ones. The chandelier has been dismantled and replaced with a very simple black iron ring just holding a few small flickering lights. Awkwardly set is 3 place tables. As Paige rushes in, just like holding a stack of china in her hands, palms shaking as she's trying not to drop them, setting a 4th spot for Callus to sit, and whispering between another helper and herself and asking for more. Oh, the croissants, we've got 3. Make a 4th croissant. Just get it up here fast. And you just hear like all of this whispering as like they're not prepared for this extra body.
I'm not going to eat.
No, that
Eventually, like the awkwardness, they're like staring at you as you're both like, we're not gonna eat. They're like, okay. And you see them still shuffling. I mean, like, you still gotta get a croissant. I don't want to more. Like, you still gotta do all of this. And eventually Paige opens the door and Lucian walks in first. His attire is toned down. No cloak, no heavy armor. Very monochrome black. With the exception, there's a purple band around his left arm of some kind of fabric. His face looks sickly almost. He looks ill. His eyes are a little more inset, his cheeks gaunt. Any little bits of flesh and fat are slowly deprived of that. You can see what you only assume are little wrinkles under his eyes. There's a little bit of bag. This man looks exhausted. Following in after, not in those signature jewel tones she wears, but again in all black. Her hair very neatly pulled off of her face. Purple band around her left arm is Alenora. No lipstick, no makeup. Very simple. Looks less exhausted, but she looks spent in a different way. Her eyes are typically amber, but today they're bloodshot. You can tell she's been crying. Probably too much. There's a soft, forced smile on her lips as she looks at you. Malin, thank you for taking time to come see us. It's very kind of you to make way and to bring Callus as well. Thank you both for coming to visit. We haven't seen much of anyone for the last 2 days.
I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner, but I did want to give you some space before I came.
There's like a gulp as she looks at you, lips pursed, and Lucian doesn't say anything. He just automatically sits. Wrists
May was
kind of
standing,
propped
by
on
the way,
table.
until they came in.
Wrists propped on the table, his fingers kind of like just tapping at the top of the croissant. Well, thank you for the time. Would you
Yeah.
all like a seat? I can
She
see that
says when she's invited.
already got
Um,
comfortable.
Lucy and I came specifically to apologize to you. Eleonora was not on the way to the house, and you were. I'll have different apologies for Eleonora, but this one is for you. Which is that I can't promise that the outcome would have been different, but I wanted the approach to be different. I wanted you there. You are our friend, and we failed you. And I wanted to apologize to you personally.
You see Eleanor's hand reach for his knee as he just looks straight ahead, kind of angled down towards the table, not looking to you, not looking to Callus, not looking to Eleonora. There's just a subtle nod, and if you weren't paying so much attention as you were, May, you probably wouldn't have even noticed it. It was just a very simple movement of the head. And you kind of watch as Eleanor, like, slaps her hand on his knee. He just softly goes, "Thank you for your apology."
We promised to find out what had happened. We didn't get the chance, and so I have failed in a promise to you. Therefore, I owe you a debt. Name it.
A thousand things flash through their minds, ranging in severity, ranging in compassion. There's different, it's like the world stops for a minute. The answer for this question takes so long. Eleonora breaks the silence. We will keep that in mind. Thank you.
I will drop everything to do what you ask of me.
Well, we appreciate that offer.
Eleonora, this one's for you. You did not travel with us. You do not have a history with us. Not in the same way that Lucien does. However, you are responsible for saving our lives more than once. And I was not able to save one for you. Therefore, I owe you a debt. Name it. You're immune.
She holds her tongue, her eyes. You can see the wells kind of forming as a single tear just kind of like escapes her cheek, and she just takes the napkin off the table, just kind of blots it away. The city thanks you for that offer as well, and we will keep it on ledger. We appreciate your offer of service to the kingdom.
Let me be clear. I'm not offering my service to the kingdom. I am not here as the Master of Whispers. I am here as Melen, friend to Eleonora and Lucien. I am not here on business.
She pulls her hand off of Lucian's knee and just puts it back on her lap, crossed over, and you watch as his face gets a little more stone. His eyes narrow. You can hear the small taps of his shoe on the ground. And you see Eleanor straighten herself up and just nod and smile at you gently. Thank you, Malin.
I request that you say what needs to be said, in case I am not able to hear it later. As friends, not as partners or business people, or emperors and empresses. We've been through too much. Say it.
Eleanor looks to Lucian. You can tell that there was a conversation you're not privy to. Their energy between the two of them is dry. It's awkward and uncomfortable. She knows what's to be said, and she's not going to say it. He speaks up. I think it's best that we keep this strictly professional. We are your emperor and empress, and if you wish to stay in the walls, you will see it as such.
That is your wish.
Eleanor makes no eye contact. She stays stone-faced.
Yeah, May's packing away the note that she needs to get Eleonora alone.
What's Callus doing during all of this?
Clenched fists, clenched teeth, physically biting his tongue. He's got a lot of thoughts rolling around in his head right now, but as he said to May, he's going to bite his tongue.
I think that at this point, knowing that Eleonora has things to say that Lucian doesn't want her to say, that she tried to strategize. There's no mind link up. She knows that Lucian knows what that looks like. She doesn't want that to be a thing. And she says out loud to Callus, you said that you wanted to speak with Lucian, Emperor. Will you speak with my husband alone?
All right, so as I let you know previously, any persuasion checks here would be of a high DC. Go ahead and make me a persuasion check. I will tell you that in case you cannot make it, the DC is 26.
I can make it.
Okay.
I got a 22.
Atlas, do you have anything you would like to say in this moment that could either aid or hinder your opportunity?
I'm sorry, Lucian.
For a moment, Palace, you see his head, his eyes more so, turn to you and give you the attention. He's been actively avoiding your gaze. You see specks of anger and pure, unbridled rage in his face. Like if this wasn't a room full of people, it would be a toe-to-toe conversation. but reaching
know-
for Alenora's hand. Sorry, go ahead.
I know that look, Lucian, because I see it in myself every single time I look at my face. And I don't blame you for it.
As your emperor, I want to see you tried for treason, left alone, and feel the same pain you've inflicted on my wife. But as your brother, I'm gonna give you the chance to speak. And he drops Alenora's hand and gestures to the door, and she just kind of nods. Perhaps we should take our croissants to the garden, Malin.
Yes, we should.
Paige, do you mind? And she looks to her aide and begins packing up a tray, and you can see Paige is frustrated. She's like, I just brought this in here. How the fuck? You know, typical
Paige is
frustration.
Rosa. Yes.
Yeah, Paige is her Rosa, and begins carrying stuff outside and holds the door for you, tray of tea and croissants in hand, and she backs up against the wall to gesture you out, May, and Alenora does as well, and any other help leaves the room. And you can just see this look at Alenora, just giving Lucian the, like, don't do anything stupid side eye. And they close the door behind, leaving just Callus and Lucian in this room.
Before May leaves, Callus just gives her a look of the eyes of I got this.
May is not convinced, but she tries not to show it on her face. May thinks he's gonna be like, yeah, try me for treason, murder me, it'll be great.
Casual Fleep.
Yeah,
He was
just a
there.
regular Fleep.
Regular old Fleep. Say what you have to say.
There's a book out there that says that we're brothers. Of some sort. Once upon a time, if you wanted to storm the hells, I would have been there to kick the door down for you. I don't think I can. We've both changed a lot. I don't think either of us have changed for the better. Everyone knows that there's something different about you. I've missed having you around. I remember all the times that when we were together and we were out there trying to save the world, and then you found a book and left and decided to go and play conquer the world. Meanwhile, I've been here fighting this war on the front lines. I know that there is nothing that I can say that is going to change the way that you are feeling towards me. And I completely understand that. I deserve it. But I am sorry.
I was reading a book. Victorious warriors win first, and then go to war, while defeated warriors go to war first and seek to win. I refuse to seek to win, Callus. I'm not looking for your approval in how I have changed. And I mourn every day. You were not only a friend, but you were a confidant. You were a leader. And now when the going gets tough, you act before you think. That's the difference between you and I, Callus, is I am thinking long term and you are in the moment. You would have kicked down the door to hell for me, but I would have found a way to get out of hell for you. That's where we're different, brother.
Don't call me brother. As you said, you are my emperor. Don't call me brother. All of my family, apart from May, are dead. Those strangers that sit in the tavern, I don't know them. They're not my family. I had to kill my family. I suppose twice. I'm not. Never mind.
Then as your emperor, I command you to leave.
My pleasure.
You see him back himself a little bit against the wall, allowing you free path to the door.
Callus. Callus takes he takes the shield that Lucian gave him a long time ago. The same shield that he's been using. And he leaves it by the door as he walks out.
Somewhere outside on the garden grounds, Malin, you find yourself sat at a round black table, two lacy garden bistro style chairs as Paige is like rushing to put down these plates and small saucers, and she pulls out Alenora's chair and pushes her in before pulling out your chair and gesturing you to sit, and it's just very awkward. You're muted, bestie.
She leans into Alenora and says, "Is there any way that we can get the help to stop helping?"
Paige, darling, I think it is best if you go make sure everything is sent off for our meeting next month. Would you please? And Paige just goes, but you need, and not, I will get the cream and jam. It is fine. Thank you. And Paige just awkwardly, like, pulls her head back and goes, anything you say, ma'am. And she, like, curtsies awkwardly and goes, master, and just kind of nods to you, May, and just walks away. And Eleanor just looks, just slumps. Her posture drops.
I have a very good feeling that that conversation is going to go poorly.
Between you and I, he's been looking at a mirror for days, thinking about what he would say.
What did he come up with?
It started with him being very angry and practicing how he would say off with your head. He had the cloak on and it was billowing. It was a sight. Ended with him crying and me mostly just holding him. He was a wreck. He felt betrayed, which, I mean, I wasn't there, but sounds rightfully so.
Yeah.
And then it ended with him asking for forgiveness for the distance he was about to put. Who knows what was really said when he was up there. He's been reading a lot of Art of War lately.
Sun Tzu, the fantasy tactician, yes.
Something about victories, and I don't really know.
I used to be able to quote it. Is there animosity between us?
On the surface, I think there has to be. At least for a visual.
I don't mind the visual. I'm asking for the truth.
Never. You were the one person there for me when my mother was wedding me off for the third time. You went through great feats, to protect me and get what I want, and you spoke up as my advocate when I couldn't speak for myself.
I don't mind what falls on me, optics-wise, but it would break my heart if I did something to hurt you.
No, not at all. I will not lie. I spent many an hour crying after Lucian came back. I never saw what it was, but I heard. I know it wasn't what your traditional child looks like. I know it wasn't what I dreamed of having, but it was so mine. Ever since he told me about what he did that night in his study, my heart aches. I wanted nothing more than to be a mother. I could care less about being the Empress. I never wanted to be a bride. To be a mum. And I resent him. Every day I look at him, I resent him a little more. But I still love him. And I know he took everything away from me. But he'll go for the ends of the earth for me, and I guess that in its own is love, right?
Would protect my husband. If he is honestly thinking of trying him for treason, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to share with Lucien that it's your idea to propose adopting his child as your heir.
I'm sorry, you want me to do what?
Oscar is blood related to the king, and you are adopted. His child is part of the Emperor. There's a bloodline there. You want to be a mother. He wants an heir. If Oscar's life is on the line, I need you to propose that there is a solution, and that solution is Oscar's child.
Megan. Let's take the men out of our lives for a minute.
If only.
I tried for many of years. I loved a great woman once. Odd as she may be, but I have to put women first. Do you think you could handle watching another woman raise your child?
I don't think I'd be doing much raising. Anyway. You are the nurturing sort. I am not. I don't think I'd be any good at it. And that's been weighing on me, honestly.
If that is what you want, Malin, I will broach that conversation. But I may need some time, depending on what the conversation upstairs looks like.
100%. I just want to make sure that my husband's neck is not being separated from his body. Whatever I have to do that, you know that I will. For better or for worse.
With all due respect, your husband is quite stubborn. I don't think his neck leaving that body would be quite an easy feat.
No, but he did tell me he's getting tired of being brought back, so I want to respect those wishes. If he wants to be perfectly honest, he just told me in a broom closet that he wants to die. So I don't think he's going to be self-preservation-y with Lucien. I am extremely concerned.
You see her grab her teacup and just chuckle as she holds it. Why are the men in our life so dramatic? Yours is asking for death in a water closet, and mine is running around the castle in his underwear screaming he's the emperor.
Honestly, I think that we'd do better to run this place on our own. Did Lucien mention in the mirror that he was going to fire me?
Did not hear of a firing, no.
Good.
I'll keep my ear to the ground. Sorry, I'll keep my ear to the mirror, so to say, for any musings of firing or beheading that come.
Eleonora, the last thing that I'll say is that I can't imagine what you're going through. But what you're going through right now, I would prefer than learning to love something that I would need to put down myself. It's not the way that I wanted it to turn out. but it's the way it would have turned out.
She puts her hand, one hand on her stomach and one clutches the cup, and she smiles. If the stories I hear are true, then I agree. Whatever it was, just there's no fate. The Lady of Loss is testing me, and that's all right.
And no matter how angry or stupid the men get, you are my friend, and I am here.
And you are mine, Malin Fang, and you are mine. I just must ask. I got a report across my desk. Something about the fire marshal saying the House of Light is getting fitted for an oven.
That goes directly to the Empress. That seems an awful oversight.
Yes, well, you know,
A waste of your time.
Paige was supposed to have it directed to somebody else. But I think Paige has been a little preoccupied lately.
Right.
It's supposed to
Rakesh
go to
has that all
Stonehead.
taken care of. We had the fire marshal out. She inspected. Rosa was there, and everything should be fine. I'm a terrible cook. This is all part of. I tried so hard, like the nesting thing, and I'm just not any good at it.
I wasn't going to say it, but I had a suspicion it was you.
It was me.
Surprising it's the one who can see and not the old blind man.
Rakesh is apparently excellent at julienning carrots. He's got excellent report cards from his cooking class.
He's in a cooking class.
He is.
Is it for seniors or for tots? feel like
I
you fit in both
Don't
ways.
think he knows because he can't see them.
Right.
So he couldn't read the advert either.
He just showed up.
He
Word of
just
mouth,
showed
I guess. Free advertising, I guess.
If you ever need
Oh.
to escape this place, it feels so good to talk to someone. Again, I've been afraid to come here.
Never be afraid. I should go check on my husband.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, same.
Make sure there's not blood on the walls.
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Could be both.
Yeah. Well, maybe
Both
that'll be good
stubborn
for them.
men.
I hope they punch it out.
Oh, it would be the best case scenario is them going fisticuffs and not a sternly worded conversation.
Honestly, should we walk in there and be just as angry? Match their energy.
I think you should punch me right in the cheek. Just right
I
here.
will
Julie
not.
taps her cheek.
I absolutely will not.
Let's put the sight around. We had a tough conversation and we got it
Tell
out.
you what.
And
Tell you what. How about we make a scene out here and start hair pulling and stuff, and they have to come rescue us?
I don't think they would, but we can certainly try.
May starts screaming. And I said that I would take care of it, and you didn't trust me? What do you think?
Trust
I'm
you?
stupid?
Stupid! As your empress, I think you need not speak to me this way.
As you're a bitch, I should.
Alanora just starts cackling. She can't contain it. This is not us.
It's not working. No, nobody's coming.
What's coming? We're not very believable, are we?
No, I'm not good at this acting thing.
No, not my strong suits. Thank you, Malin. I needed to smile.
She kind of just like shakes her shoulder awkwardly, like that friendly side hug kind of way. There's no door, they're outside.
Kicks down a shrub that's been trimmed into the
Kicks
shape
down
of a
a
door.
bush. He brought a door.
He tells his
Great.
portable door. He sets it up. and just-
Like a
Takes it
the
away
portable
from
ram. I pull it
Now
off
that you
my.
got rid of
I pull it off my
Now that you
robe
got
with
rid of the
portable door.
shield, Now that you got rid of the shield, you got to carry a door like a tower shield so you can set it up
Aw.
before a fight.
The
They
Dark
ripped
Souls
it
thing with
off
the
of-
two shields.
Yes. Anywho, I think that they both have to go check on their husbands now.
As the wives go to find their husbands, is there any post-conversation between May and Callus?
I think she
May
might
would-
like return just as he's sort of leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you leaving your shield in there?
It's not mine. It says
Jesus Christ, you fucking drama queens. May goes into Lucian.
And he's just standing against the wall, and he's got a charcoal croissant in one hand, and he's just pulling off the tip of it.
I don't give a shit about whether you're the Emperor or not. I love you and you're my friend. And she leaves.
As time passes on, Rakesh, we find you at your cooking class.
Dead on the road. Oh, okay.
No,
On the
Anyway.
dead on the side of the road.
It's graduation day at cooking school, Rakesh. You spent the last 3 weeks learning how to saute and not burn shallots. You've mastered the core 9 sauces, the bechamel, the rosé. You've learned it all. You've
Perfection.
learned about fondues and done a crash course in pastry. You can make... I was just about to do that. You can make a creme brulee like nobody else, Rakesh. You have put the work in. And as you get up there, you notice that Rosa is the one who showed up to support you on graduation day. Everybody else was too busy with their lives. to
Kid
realize
these
you wrote
days.
it on the calendar. But Rosa's there. And she's applauding. And she's got a little bouquet of fingers for you. And as you cross that stage and you're given your white hat and chef's coat, Rakesh, you can go ahead and add the chef feat to your character sheet. After
The
putting in
chef
the
feat.
work.
Woohoo!
Go ahead and add
Manage feed. Oh, is that a 22 wisdom? Oh no, maximum of 20. Fuck.
As more days pass, everyone still kind of maintains their distance. May, you continue to try to have small conversations with Callus and make a breakthrough. Dio, you still find yourself clutched to the microphone, singing all covers of Wonderwall and, you know, Hot for Teacher and all the other songs that are in your repertoire. Rakesh, you take up a part-time gig doing meal prep for senior citizens in New Azure.
No, I think Rakesh will go in an inn doing show while cooking. You see, like the
Hibachi?
cooking. Yeah, like the cooking. Yeah, just
You're right.
throwing
sorry.
things in the air.
Let's pull back.
Just
Rakesh is
doing
like, and this
tricks
is
with
an
it.
onion tower, baby. Watch this volcano go.
Potato volcano, Lubu!
Rakesh at the forefront of bringing
Uh,
culture to New Azure.
As Rakesh is walking down the streets of New Azure over the next couple of weeks,
Opening the
sees
new
a
restaurant.
sign in the window of a restaurant called the Dragon's Flame Hibachi Tavern. Hiring. And Rakesh, there's no signs of you adventuring anytime soon. Your party is in shambles.
How do you see the sign?
I'm gonna
It's
fix
in
them up
Braille.
with eggs.
You're greeted with a giant dragon hanging in the middle of this space. If any of you have ever been to West Edmonton Mall in Edmonton, Alberta, you know the dragon I am speaking of.
It's not there anymore.
It's spiritually there. It breathes fire, and each table has its own miniature hibachi grill, where mostly dragonborn chefs are cooking in this space. But Rakesh, you come in and you wow them with your potato tower. And they give you a fitted chef's coat and teach you all of the knife skills needed and how to flip eggs into people's hats and catapult shrimp across the room and build the Tower of Tater.
An onion volcano.
That's copywritten. The Tower of Tater is what we've got.
Flyers hit the second tower.
No. Oh my god.
The shrimp
We're gonna.
gets chucked across and knocks over the Tower
Stop
of
it.
Tater. Rakesh,
Also,
you
I
can
like
go
that
ahead and
you
add
made
5 gold.
Dragonborn hibachi
How many?
culture.
You can add 5 gold. That's your paycheck for the week.
Wow.
put your
So
life
much
together.
money.
Um,
Cannot believe it. I have so much money.
you go through and you learn, and these other chefs are all talking about how they're competing on Master Chef next week, and they're all here doing the most. But you're just here for a good time.
Yeah, I'm not interested in position.
No.
I just wanna.
This
I
is
just
this is
wanna.
a passion project for you.
Yeah.
You
I wanna
love
make
cooking.
good food. Good food for my friend.
Balthazar, you find yourself spending more time with your daughter. A couple of hours a day, copying spells down where you learn she is in fact illiterate and she has been faking it with her book.
Really? Fuck.
She just wants to be involved. So you start teaching her to read. You teach her her A's and her B's, and how B's are different from D's, even though they look very similar, one's just backwards. And you begin the work that her mother never did.
And the A's from E's, because depending on how you write your A's, they look too similar.
You learn that their mother lives in the Jade Empire and is, yes, like you suspected, a lady of the night. You learn that often it would just be her and the kids, for just Eleanor and the 2 smaller ones, for days on end, and that's where she learned to cook and clean and how to run a home. She told you about how she had Brynley take her first steps and the mom missed it. You get all these sad tales of their life growing up and how they always dreamed of having a dad, or at least just one parent who stuck around longer than 5 minutes to show them what life is like, what love really is, even when things get hard. And as you continue on with your time with Eleanor, you begin teaching her small arcane tricks that you know. How to maintain concentration, how to extend a spell. You show her how to organize a spellbook in a way that makes sense. No, you don't go alphabetical, you go by class of school. You tell her that there's a school she could go to. And she just brushes it off and says she needs to be there for the kids. And then after your lessons with Eleanor, you find yourself in your room. You're scribing away. You're pulling out different components, practicing different hand motions, making sure your somatics are clean, and you start to have crisp words leave your mouth. You practice enunciating, and you begin changing different words around as you begin to craft an incantation of your own. Balthazar, tell me about the spell you are writing and the magic you are creating.
Do I tell you, or do I take Eleanor downstairs and I show her how it's done?
By all means, show and tell.
100%.
Yes.
I drag her out of bed late at night, which is not what a good father should be doing. I'm just like, come on. I lead her down into the basement, and there's...
But it's... I don't want to get out.
What?
I'm so sleepy.
Well, I know you're sleepy, but look, this is like what life is. Sometimes you have to wake up in the middle of the night and you see literal magic.
She like grabs a robe and like slings it on over herself, and she shuffles in to these owlbear slippers and begins trucking down the hall, following behind you. This better be worth it, Dad. I swear to whatever's out there.
It will be. I take her down, and there's like 3 different wooden mannequins set up a few paces from you, like 20 feet from each other down in the basement. Just like pacing in front of her back and forth with like a knife, just flipping it between my fingers. Look, this thing that we can do, this isn't just you learn from a book and you copy what people do. That's a way to get into it. But we are literally mastering reality here. Anything you think of you can do, you can. It just takes time, it takes knowledge, it takes imagination. You're not going to be here forever with the little ones. You don't have to be that parent anymore. I will take care of them. I need to get you ready for when you're old enough to go out and see the world for yourself, because believe me, it is a dangerous place. There are strangers there. There are dragons. There are all sorts. So I need to make sure that you are best looked after. Now, think about what you can do with reality. You can bend it to your will. Like, look at these guys. Imagine these guys here, and like pointing at the dummies. These are a couple of idiots who are messing with you and your friends on a night. And you could use their words. You can be like, "Hey, I will call the guard if you're not nice to me." Maybe the only guard. Maybe they are the guard. Maybe you're in trouble. Maybe you're running away because your friend has stolen someone's underwear. I don't know. You could be anywhere. But what you do is you give him one of these. Spin the dagger around and then activate. Oh my god, what did I call it? It's been like a year since I made this. Balthazar's Voltaic Jaunt. Flinging the knife forward, he just dissipates into this red electrical energy and hits ping, ping, ping. All 3 of the mannequins, shattering them into bits. With the knife just proceeds to stab through the last one. An enemy cannot hit you if you're literally a lightning. Okay, that's what I want you to take away from this lesson. I just did this. Like I made this up. You won't find that in the book. So if I can do it, your stupid dad with half a brain, I expect that you will be able to do much better.
And as you say that, she just wraps her arms around you. Doesn't let you finish your sentence. Just hugs you. I'm sorry I said I didn't want you here.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for when you were young. But I probably would have been a bad dad. I'm sure she would be. When I sent for you, I asked them to bring her too. I don't know why they didn't.
She wasn't home.
Well, I know that she would love you, and you know she'd be there for you too. I'm sure. I don't know her very well. But in spite of that, you have You have lots. You have your family. You have your siblings. You even have your Nana and Papi. They have come and meet you, and they have been looking forward to seeing you for so long.
I keep telling Ellie and Brenton that, she misses them. And she knows they're gone. But I don't think she does. I don't think she's really noticed we've left. If I'm honest with you, I think she's dead. I used to have to drag her off the streets. So drunk, out of her mind. She'd be face down somewhere in a puddle. Clean her up. Just long enough for the kids to say good morning, and then she'd crawl into bed for a day or two before leaving again.
Well, then, I'm really glad that I found you.
Me too. And she squeezes just a little bit tighter before pulling back, and there's just a little bit of tear running down her face, that salty wetness. Your jacket, your clothing, your robe's now a little damp.
Tears.
And that is where we go to break.
Oh, thank God.
We'll come back a month later.
Oh my
We'll
God.
be back in 5, guys. Stick around. Find out what happens next. Don't go too far. Do the thing.
there it is. Okay,
We're back.
we're back. We're bam.
And we're
Hello.
back.
And we're back. Pew, pew, pew.
Yes.
Quebec.
Rakesh in C2.
Quebec. Oh, we don't talk about Quebec.
We don't talk about Quebec.
Sorry. Y'all want to
Talk
hate
about
France? Fine.
no,
Quebec is
no.
worse than France.
Tay, you're a little quiet. I'm not sure if
Yeah,
you
but-
moved away from your mic or something.
Yeah, you're quiet.
I did move away
Oh,
from my
there
mic
it is,
because
there
I
it is.
didn't want the world to know that I hated Quebec more than I hate France.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also hate Quebec more than France. It's like you're either French or you're Canadian. Pick one, and I don't like you either way.
Yeah, we don't talk
Okay.
about Quebec here. All
Sorry,
right,
continue.
So
I
we're
love
back.
you,
part
Thomas.
2. The only
What?
Quebec we like is
Oh,
Thomas.
that's French.
So we return. The first half, for those just joining us or have been here the whole time, the first half of our session took in place in the first few days and the first week after the tragic events of our previous session in December.
We killed a baby.
But now,
I killed
Yes.
a baby.
that's
Kellis
that's
killed the
that's
baby.
what happened. Kellis killed the baby.
We are communism
Um,
here, so we kill.
So, it's been a month since any of you have really taken note on the state New Azure is in. You're all entranced and focused on your own woes, that the city's depression has gone unnoticed. The jewel tone purples and deep honest structures no longer reflect the shimmering of delicate incantations being cast in the ways. The sky, once a warm tone covered in a light haze, is now dark, as if the lights have been snuffed in the alleyways. The chatter that once echoed the streets now muffled with the clanging of trash cans and doors slamming in the streets. I'm going to ask everybody, where have you been for the last month? Dio, where have you been keeping residence?
Dog, didn't we just roleplay this?
I'm just confirming it's still the same. It's been a
Oh
month.
yeah, I'm still at that tavern, baby.
Okay. Balthazar, where have you been staying?
I think at the House of Light with the kids, if that's where we're living. If not, the Navy Rose. I couldn't remember where we set them up.
We set them up at the Navy Rose. The House of Light has kind of been like your guys' personal residence lately. The Navy Rose is the much larger establishment where everybody's been at.
I think I might have moved to
But
the
they
Navy.
but they were refugees there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, if we had rooms at the Navy Rose for the kids, I might have just moved over there, because I know House of Light's more the Puck sort of domain.
And Malin, what about you?
Proselyte.
Rakesh?
Where there's no drama.
So the Navy Rose? Callus, what about you?
With
Kelsey's
the new
staying
oven.
with me.
Okay. All of you are focused on your own things, whether it's journaling or practicing your knife skills or cleaning up and polishing your top hat for the next show. When you get a familiar voice in your head, it's calm. It's both soothing and annoying that someone has interrupted your time. It's Eleonora's voice. She's requesting you at the palace. It's weird. It's out of character. Especially with what's going on. It's once you relieve your respective hovels that you start to notice the state of the capital. The once radiant city is now in disarray. You start to notice your reflection surfaces that you hadn't seen before. Armored soldiers and large automatons are posted on many corners. All the typical city noise is drowned out by those dedicated to the cause, running drills and hollering commands to one another. It's not that you make your way to the Crystal Palace that you finally start to absorb the gravity of New Azure's transformation. The wall that encompassed the city has gone from its 10-foot size to a height towering structure of 20 feet, with burrows created in for archers to get comfortable. The palace itself is littered with guards, each carrying some sort of metal weapon in their hands, glaives, swords, flails, and maces, all polished for battle. Ballistas now mounted and guarding the walls from all angles, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. The gate that once freely allowed passers-by to travel is now barricaded by armed stewards of Shar. There's a general darkness around as you state your business. It's not pleasure, it's definitely business. It's very hush-hush at that moment. The looks on the guards' faces, confused, confusion, anticipation, curiosity, suspicion. Visitors? No, that's not right. But those are visitors. For the Emperor? No, for the Empress. But no one's heard from them. No one's seen them. It's been a month. No royal visits, no public engagements, nothing. The only sign that someone still resides in this building is a constant glow from an upper chamber floor and the funding of the city's soup kitchen. You guys make your way through the palace halls, and it's empty. There are no tapestries hung anymore. The portraits of those before of the Panji Lightless clan removed. It's a very unassuming, uncommanding, uncomfortable, and unsure individual who leads you up to the garden room. It's not Paige. It's someone you don't know. They're not attached. They're not affiliated. They're in simple purple robes, and they lead you up. Eventually, out of the corner of your eye, you see similar people in the same garb bringing your companions in one by one. Dio, you clock eyes of Malin and Callus. Balthazar, you see Rakesh. Callus, you see Balthazar walking in alone. All of you slowly get pulled together in this hallway with 4 attendants leading you to one room. A few moments pass as you guys stand there in awkward silence, exchanging glances of confusion. The 5 of you haven't been together in some time, and your fractured pods who have visited one another haven't been consistent. You're brought into a holding room. It's the garden room. May and Callus, you've been here recently. There are still no tapestries, no paintings. The table is gone. It's just half a dozen chairs lined up against the wall now. Sit here, they say. Wait here, they ask. We'll call you in when we're ready. It's the 5 of you in this room, alone. The door leading to the conference room closed. What would you guys like to do?
Well, I got to be honest. When I got the call and I got brought here, till I saw you guys, I kind of thought I was in trouble. Thought maybe it was time to, deal with the whole shooting fire at the Emperor thing and using the Empress's last name without permission. Thought I'd, yeah.
Should we
You
be
look,
calling you Dio or Damascus?
What?
Or D'Angelo? Is that what you're going by? What should we call you?
Just Dio's fine. It's just a legal thing. It's,
I just want to make sure I'm not outing you in front.
Oh no, most people know. I just needed Eleonora obviously knows, or maybe, I don't know how it works. But most people anyone that knows who I am knows who I am. It's just a legal thing. I had to sign off a death certificate for Dio, so it just became complicated to room and board. You guys look terrible.
It's good to see you all.
Dio,
Yes,
you never came.
Oh no, I never did. No. I actually showed up to the door, and then I heard a large clink, and I looked up, and Rosa was on the ballista. And I guess she hadn't seen me like this before, knowing it's me, so we had an argument, and I decided it was easier to walk away.
Are you sure you're telling the truth about that? She knows what you look like. I told her.
Well, I might be lying.
Oh, good. That's a good
Rakesh.
way to start this.
I got your mail, Rakesh. It came late. I'm sorry I missed your graduation. Congrats.
Yeah, don't-
That's- Okie dokie.
I sent
Dio
him, but
reaches into his bag and cracks a little bottle of something.
I sent them, but I knew most of you wouldn't come. So
Like I said, the mail got jammed up. This new Azurian mail system's garbage.
May's about to get up to leave. It looks like somebody's coming though, so maybe she'll sit back down. But she doesn't want to be here.
Awkward small talk drags on for what seems like an eternity. But it's not long before Paige comes out from the door behind you all.
Oh, thank God.
Please come in. They're ready for you now.
Paige, as I walk past her, I go, Paige, level with me. Am I about to be executed?
I might.
I haven't done my hair yet. I don't want the.
I'll leave that for me to know and you to find out.
Oh, that's terrifying.
As Paige opens the door for you, you see Alenora back to her regular, more put together appearance. Still in all blacks, but with slow integrations of that deep red and purple color she's accustomed to wearing. The purple band is gone off of her arm. Her hair is large and her circlet has made its way back to her head.
How'd she get it back?
It's not the barbed circlet.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a very simple arcane focus.
Okay.
Sorry, Thomas is making me giggle. The room is full of individuals in simple armor, ranging from leathers to chainmail. Most of these folks in the armor are pressed up against the walls. You see a dragonborn man, purple scales, helm on the table in front of him, and a very imposing greatsword strapped to his back. Beside him is a thinner woman. She's got long gray hair, very angled, almost rodent-like features, and two long ears pulled back down her head. There's a stout, bald, dwarven gentleman to her side who is not in armor like the majority of the people in the room, but more in blacksmith's clothes, apron. He's got gloves on his hip, a few tools. There is a tall, red-skinned Genasi woman. Unlike the other fire Genasi you know, the High Flame, this individual's skin is this bright red. It's got little fiery cracks through it. It's not split like the dried lava as if the High Flame. It's much more elegant and beautiful and clean. And then there's one more dwarven man. He's got a burly, unkept orange beard and very tight orange braids with all kinds of like bolts and nuts tied in as if they were holding braids together. And Alanora looks at you all. Please come in, close the door. These faces are not familiar to the five of you, and I understand that. I will make my introductions brief. This, and she starts with the Dragonborn, and this will go in the same order as they were just described. This is Rentthorn Scalebreaker, captain of the Obsidian Watch and right hand to the Lord Commander. This is Thalara Skull Knight. She is the Scoutmaster and Eyes of the Brush. This is Grummark Stoneheart, keeper of provisions and armaments. This is Everin Fireheart, Spellblade Commander, daughter of the Flame, and keeper of the Fireheart. And lastly, this is Durin Ironforge, master of constructs and mechanisms here. Eleanor snaps her fingers twice, and Paige rolls in a large faded sepia scroll, which I will put in the handouts.
Oh,
When you're done with that, can I get all the names and titles again?
Yes.
Or can I get them in the chat so I can...
Yes, I will send them to you after the session.
I do love a good visual aid.
Oops, that's not it. That's not right. Do. They begin to roll out a large map. For the most part, it looks familiar. You can point out where Rotund is, Newazur. You know roughly where the ancient Commonwealth sits. But the thing that draws all of your eyes is the imposing wall that has now been blocked off. The Jade Empire has completely encased itself separate from the Dark Republic, the Ancient Commonwealth, and the Crystalline Dynasty. I am not one to know much about our strategies and plans. That is why I have this team, these 5 experts in the field. And as your friend, I'm asking for your help. Rentthorn speaks up. It's true. We've got things to do, people to kill, and this is the time to start. You're not stupid. You've seen what the city looks like. You know the walls being built, the streets. This is the call to arms, and she insists. And you kind of see him unimpressed with Alanora for a moment. That the lot of you be involved.
You want us to go to war for you?
Have you tried soldiers? I hear those guys are good at fighting wars.
If it was fighting, I'd ask soldiers. But this is something else. The thin-framed woman introduced to you as Thalara speaks up. I don't disagree. I think it is a mistake involving you all.
Can you
Why
just
be-
spit out
why-
what you want?
Because you're scared of us?
No, we're picking you because Eleonora asked specifically. We are sending out a handful of teams to complete specific operations.
Assassinations.
Precise hit
Perhaps one.
strike.
We've got 5 different opportunities to present to you all. And we hope you will find one of them that suits your skill set and aid us. There's no secret that the enemy lines are drawing closer and closer every day. And we know you have stake in this just as much as everybody else.
Mind link. I have to pick 4.
Is it a wisdom save to do a mind blink?
She's not mind linking with you.
Okay.
Callus, Eleonora, which one was the one? The daughter of the flame.
Evren.
The daughter of the flame and Thalara. Those are the 4.
Okay.
And she gets in Eleonora's head first and says, "Is this the right time to bring up the high flame with this woman? Or are we going against the Jade Empire? What direction are we going? Have we heard from the high flame at all?"
Eleonora chooses to speak out loud.
I lean over to Balthazar and be like, "It got quiet. May's doing the mind thing."
Shh.
Evren, my companions here are concerned about your lineage and how it reflects that of Azure Great Smoke High Flame of the Dark Republic. And you just see Evren chuckle.
Jesus.
Just punches May in the face.
She said daughter of the flame. That's what she's listening to. Daughter of the flame. She doesn't know if it means high flame or the cult.
We do not associate ourselves with Azure Great Smoke. The Daughters of the Flame reject her and sent her to exile. She does not speak for us. She is not of us. She may be of the flame, but she is not the flame.
Couldn't you have, just killed her instead? Because you sent her into exile, and then she, hijacked my country, and it's been pretty shit.
If you know anything about our people, the flame does not take violence. That is a task for the wave. We are quiet, humble people, and do not choose to use violence as our primary resort.
Yeah, we can see that with the war.
I'm here as a courtesy to a friend, as a strategist. I am not here to do damage to others, especially as in a war I do not have stake in.
You don't want to do damage, but you want us as a strike team?
You're not necessarily striking. Don't get cocky, young friend.
We don't know what the
I'm not that
tools are
young.
yet.
Yes.
Remind me, Tay. We got a
Yes.
letter from Javier. Didn't I get a separate letter from the High Flame that you wanted to give me on camera that I never got?
Yes, but that's for a later situation. Something's got to happen before I give that to you.
Damn it!
That will come at its due time.
But I have the letter, don't I?
I don't think I've given it to you.
No, I have it as May. Nikki doesn't have it. May has it.
I don't remember if I gave you the high flames.
She had Javier's and another one that you told me you wanted to tell me on camera.
Yeah, we'll get there. You don't worry.
Okay.
Thalara looks to Renthorn, who kind of looks down to Durin, and Durin brings out a steel box. It's about 11 inches by 8 inches, very standard size of paper box. Not very tall. You assume it can only hold a few things, not much. And he brings out 5 files. The first one we're going to present to you today is Operation Nightfall. And you will want to reference the handouts, folks.
Oh yeah.
Dio at this point has kind of like wandered away from the general talking, and he's like over by a guard, and he's like saluting each individual guard, and then like on the armor and buffing it. They've started drinking early today, and they're not exactly up for this kind of a talk.
Operation Nightfall, and I am the head of this task force. Thalara looking to you all. We don't know how long this mission will take, but we know it's going to have to take place in the Jade Empire. As you know, Trinity Nyrus is the head of the Jade Empire. She's born as one of the most nobles and fought her way to the top. She has a daughter who is a key pawn in this game. Her name is Selira, daughter and heir to the throne of Trinity Nyrus, Liege of the Jade Empire. The risks of this mission are imprisonment, exile, and death, as well as recruits retaliation. However, if you guys can complete it, we'll have inner working information, removal of the heir, and disruptions to the Liege's routine. This task is simple, but not for the faint of heart. We need you to assassinate the heir.
So simple, but assassinate the heir. Again, two things that does not come together.
We do not kill children.
Anymore.
Yeah, but you don't.
The next file we have is for Operation Holy Heist. Again, I will be the head of point for this operation, and you'll be breaking into the Immenhale stronghold. The Jade Empire is home to 3 artifacts that date back to the Calamity. The Moon Dancer, the Rod of Fake Fate, and the Cloak of Raven's Flight.
Any of those ring a
These-
bell?
Yeah.
You can make a history or religion check. Anyone who wants to make one. I will allow either or to everybody.
I'm gonna pull my dice. Like after
16.
I don't know how to roll dice anymore.
It's been a while.
History or religion, Balthazar.
They're both the same, so however you like to do that.
May, did you roll?
No.
I got
Dio?
a 9.
History or religion?
Religion.
Rakesh, are you rolling?
Yeah. So that's 13 for religion.
And what about you, Callus?
Nope.
Okay. Dio. You would know that during the Calamity, each god brought something special to the fight. It was a trinket of theirs that they found valuable. Rakesh, you pretty much know the same, except that you would additionally know that most of these are lost. And Balthazar, you would know that they're called the Echoes of the Calamity. There is one for each member of the Pantheon, allegedly. And you would know that the Moon Dancer is a sickle that belonged to one of the two sisters.
I was supposed to be an Astapora. Those bitches.
The Jade Empire likes to collect artifacts and hoard them.
It belongs in a museum.
Jade Empire.
Belongs in a museum!
So that's the opportunity they present you with.
Hmm.
The third
This
one they
sounds
bring
familiar. This is how we first met, Eleanor. I can see why you called us in. This is the one that I would take if it were me.
No. Why would we help you?
Why don't we
the
just
third one
hear them out
is
first?
Dragon's Bane. I am the head of this operation. The targets are Tobias and Matthias Winspear.
Oh, tired of
Yes.
dragon.
Eliminate and execute.
That's a no.
Burn the
tired of
bodies
dragon.
and have no revolution of them.
Risks death and loss of limb. Oh yeah, cool.
Yeah, like in the Hobbit when Bilbo is when Bilbo is reading the contract, like
Yeah, it should be
Dragon.
quite It's like freezing, eating, smushing.
It's my OHS fucking document.
burning,
JSA over here.
burning that can encounter to death. What?
This one, again, and Thalera begins talking, is more of my specialty, and I think this is a priority. It's a 6-month mission. We're calling it Operation Jade Cloak. Infiltrate and assimilate within the Jade Empire. Sow discord, sabotage, find the information, and get whatever we can to turn the tables in our direction. Lastly, a very gruff smoker's voice cracks in from the far side of the table,
Rumble?
and it's Durin, or Gummerk, sorry, and he goes, and this is my specialty. We're calling it Scorched Earth. Burn it down. All their stockholds, their supplies, cut them off at the choke. Take their convoys, poison the food, water sources, disable transportation. Lock them out.
Oh, killing civilian.
I love war crimes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You did just say that Jade Cloak was the more pressing of these.
I wouldn't say it's pressing, but I think that is the one that I would personally take. But deep undercover work is something of a favorite thing of mine. And I know it's not easy for everyone
Well, how
being
do we know
away.
you're not deep undercover right now? Got you there, bitch.
I don't think I can leave the kids for like 6 months. We just got into a really good spot. Like, they trust me again.
And for
Dio's-
infiltration, pretty sure we are well known.
We would
Dio's
provide
not like
the
really close to
materials.
this lady, but he's a little close, and he's kind of looking for prosthetics on her face. Thinking she's got a fake nose on or something.
I think Callus just grabs him and sort of pulls him back.
Let him fight. I want to see it.
Shape changing used to be my thing.
We would provide all of the resources you need for whatever task.
I still say if Jade Cloak is not actually a priority, infiltration is still my specialty. I just don't know what everybody else. I mean, I could do this one alone.
I would love to see Callus put on a mask and a little hood and tiptoe his way into the Jade Empire. He just looks like the stealthiest guy. I love that about him. The fact that he's like a 6'4" muscle bound.
If you look like a stone.
I
A
have
rooting buck version of Callus.
That's only the
I was
final
gonna say
one.
that's how Dio sees Callus. I don't know if it's accurate.
I have like zero love for the Jade Empire. Okay, they keep You can see the wall. It keeps getting bigger. If nothing happens, it's going to cover everything soon. But I don't. I mean, apart from maybe stealing, taking the artifacts, I don't really want to be out there poisoning water supplies and pretending to be someone else for 6 months. It's
I've lived in the Jade Empire. Uh, it's not that bad, and they aren't a fan of you guys.
Rakesh is gonna ask something.
but what do you
So,
mean, you
what
guys?
Huh?
What do you mean, you
Sorry.
guys?
Rakesh
I
had
mean-
a question.
Go, Rakesh.
Okay, I'm gonna guess. What do we get from all this? Like, are we gonna do this for free again? For
It's your home,
for
too.
friendship? Is it my
Eleanor
home?
speaks up. You call
And
the
it-
city your home, do you not?
I never felt so far away from home since a certain incident.
This world is going to war. And you can either decide to be on the right side of history or the wrong.
Eleonora,
Malin,
are you asking me to do this as your friend or as your dad?
I'm
Or am I
asking-
being commanded as my empress?
I'm asking as a friend.
I'm a soldier. Always have been. Always will be. And this is hardly the first time I've taken on assassination work for the Lightless family. Give me peril, and we'll assassinate anyone. But I'm not going to abandon my friends. Whatever choice they make, I'm there.
Do you
I
even
would
know
like
what this
to-
war's about?
What is any war about?
What
That's
does
what I
it
mean.
matter?
Well,
We're
they're
gonna
saying
follow
we're
it.
gonna be on the right side or the wrong side, and I want to make sure that I'm on the right side.
Do you know who's in charge of the Jade Empire right now?
Another person?
Eclipse a Knight and Tobias Windspear.
I'm on good terms with Tobias.
So am I.
I saved his life. He helped me out a lot.
Mhm.
So far,
be-
it's that or the psychopath.
He's
in-
also
somewhere else in this
stolen
room.
Lucian's little sister to be his wife's ward.
Well, I'm gonna bite my tongue on that one because I got opinions, but I don't feel like I'm in the company I can share them.
Alice has his hand over Dio's mouth.
You can have whatever opinions that you want. I work for the Emperor and Empress. You are all free to go. I can handle this one by myself.
No, you can.
I'm not saying I won't do it. I just need to.
You just need to complain.
I don't have any facts, Malin. So how do you shut your mouth and let the people that matter answer the questions instead of taking all the time to moan and bitch about how in charge and how sad you are? Now,
That
Eleonora,
sounds like projection. I am saying
you
I
want-
will do it.
Malin, when I talk to you, I'll say your name. For now, I'm talking to Eleonora. Eleonora.
And what is your name?
I punch her in the face.
I'm gonna.
You're gonna have to try and hit her.
I
Yeah, I'm
use.
Roll
I
to
I'm gonna
use. I use my vigilant sentinel, and take the hit.
With a 12, I punch Callus's plate armor, and I fucking scream as my hand breaks.
The door swings open into the room in full armor. Blade on his side, cloak and helm on. Lucian walks to the front to take side by Eleonora.
Great, if it isn't the fucking cunt who runs the place.
May bows.
You're either drafted or exiled.
Can I at least get paid for my work?
Drafted or exiled.
Conscripted.
Yes, but they still get a paid.
Rakesh,
Not
have
this
you
time.
been hurting for money? Because I can provide you with whatever you need.
Do you need ingredients? Is that what this is about?
Have you been
Need
hustling
pocket
too much
money.
time?
Has the hibachi not been
Rakesh,
playing
no.
well?
Rakesh now is collecting the rarest ingredient for food.
Fine, you can have whatever you want, Rakesh. Just put it on
Rakesh
the
hires a
grocery list,
truffle
and I will
cooking
make sure
dog.
Rosa gets it.
But Rakesh will never bow to no one. Will bow to no one. So I hope Lucian
Do you-
can understand this.
Dio takes a step forward towards Eleonora, still like clutching his hand.
I'm gonna
Eleonora,
stand next to Dio if he does something.
Eleonora, I trust you. I need to know what this war's about. I don't keep up with the news. I need you to be real with me. I don't mind doing you a favor. You've done me plenty.
Persuasion check. The DC is quite high. So
Don't worry, I got it.
that's not your line.
Famous
Uh,
last
I'm
word.
fine.
Oh,
26.
The war is... It's complicated.
Is it a land
I-
dispute? Is it about Lucian's sister? Give me something.
A land dispute is part of it. We would like to see one rule again. We would like to see the burnt lands be our domain. I would like to see the end of the nearest clan. But this is the first step in the bigger picture. If we can remove the Jade Empire from the field, that allows us to have solitude beside the Dark Republic, I will take the head of Azure Great Flame in my hand and place it on the pike that they left the head of my mother-in-law,
You mean that
where
he
they
did?
lit...
And I point to Lucian.
No. His mother was killed first. That is the first right we have to correct. Then it will be for my mother, who died second at the manipulation of the Hive Flame. And then we will try every single person complicit for murder.
Suppose that means everyone in this room then. And Dio takes this few steps back.
We'll give you the room if you like, Lucian says, not making eye contact with any of the five of you.
He will be able to feel my stare because I can see now.
Oh fuck, you got eyes!
Yeah.
So you did
And-
read the hibachi sign!
And he will feel my gaze upon him, like not in disappointment, not in angry, just trying to seize what he is now, what it is, if he's still the same or changed too much. If there is he in him, if there is something
Mhm.
that
Make me
the
make me an
illusion.
insight check, Rakesh.
Ooh,
Make me insight.
quite good in those. On my good dice. It's my good dice.
Picking the
that's a
right dice for this.
21.
Mm.
Rakesh, you have spent your entire life around powerful dictators. You grew up being commanded and led in an army filled with bloodlust and desire. That feeling is prominent now. You're looking over Lucian. The small arcane carvings in his flesh have multiplied by the dozen. His purple skin leans more gray. His face is a little more damaged. His vibrant eyes have this glossy black haze to them. This is not the man you met a year ago outside of Quill. There's something different about him, and you can't quite tell what it is. You're not privy to the specifics, but something here is not quite the same. There is a change, even from when you last saw him.
Do I do something bold?
Go big or go home, buddy.
Yeah, so
We all
I'm
back
gonna
you up.
walk. I'm gonna walk toward Lucian if he lets me approach him. I'm gonna give him a hug and just say like, "I miss you," and just walk back. If he'll let me do everything.
Rakesh, as you approach and wrap your arms around him, you're expecting a few things, but all of those things are missing. He's cold. There's no heartbeat. His flesh doesn't squish and sink in like some people, like most people. Every person you know has like a particular fragrance that they have, a personal musk. This is death incarnate. This is death walking. You knew his situation, you know what he's done. But this is more than that.
And yeah, so Rakesh will just walk back, say nothing. Maybe Lucian can feel deception into Rakesh energy.
It's interesting, you see, Rakesh. You both you worship a goddess who represents death. You've practiced the ways of the old deathless monks. The long, painful road of death has always been part of you. You can't die. You don't know that rest. This is a man who does not know that rest. You feel a kinship. There's something similar. That deep, deep down, and that is the key here, the depth of him is crying for release. But there's a cloak of power, a blanket of hunger, and it is doing everything it can to suppress the weakness of humanity.
Yeah, okay. Gonna say that I will say nothing for now.
It just gives thumbs up and walks backwards. Or like finger guns. Hey.
That feels what's appropriate. Finger guns.
No, Rakesh will do eye contact with me and just do a no with his head. Pardon me.
Yeah, I think she'd get what's going on.
Give you to discuss. But the Emperor seems to have a different set of options for you. And the room starts to clear out.
One
The
last thing,
map.
Lucian. Don't forget where you can. It might help.
Nothing is said. He just walks out. The 5 files sit in front of you guys. The map sits in front of you. What would you guys like to do?
I walk over to Callus and I poke his chest a little bit. I go, "You should wear softer armor."
Callus doesn't actually wear chest plates.
Oh.
That doesn't change
he-
what Dio thinks your chest
yeah.
is made out of,
He-
apparently.
Callus doesn't wear chest plates. The only armor that he wears is on his legs.
Boots. Yeah.
Okay, fine. You should fucking fuck off.
Dio, you know, I couldn't let that happen, but
Well, you should have. It would have been funny.
I understand that you're frustrated. Just take a breath.
May is conferring with Rakesh quietly.
I walk over to Balthazar and I'm conferring with him loudly.
Gonna
Callus
get
confers with himself in the corner.
Rakesh will just let out a big
That's what
sigh.
they're calling it nowadays, conferring with oneself. Alright.
We're doing the
Some
tongue
days-
tango.
Sometimes you just gotta confer. Balthazar, what do you make of this? Like you said, we can't leave for months at end.
No. Dio, I know you're frustrated and you're not a fan of the Emperor. I understand that. But we spent a lot of time together. You've heard me talk about home. You know what it was like. There are reasons why someone as smart as me has to live on the street and steal. It was,
I know.
I was only a baby, but the Moon Shadow was around when the Jade Empire came and took everything. They take a little more every year. They just take and take. We have one nice natural resource that they love to take the most. and it's left us defenseless and feral. It's a bad place to live, and then the High Flame comes in and she likes her slaves. I've spoken to Lucian about this for a long time. He's very passionate about making his home better. And we all know what he's done to try and make it his own. Whether I agree with it or not, I'm the one who did it to him. And I needed the money, because that is how I've been raised. I don't want there to be war, but the Empire will keep taking. The Republic will keep sinking into nothingness. There's only one person who's tried to bring something together and stopping this. And he's gone down the worst road to do it. And I think it will make us more enemies than friends. But if I could have my kids grow up in a Dark Republic which is free of the Empire, I think I would like that.
I'm not assassinating a kid.
No. God, no. I don't think I could look at the kids after that.
I'm not poisoning water supplies and food.
No.
2 in 1 year is too much.
Rakesh is right. He has a restaurant to look after. I have kids. It's a long time.
I'm not killing Tobias or Mateus.
They already killed Mateus once, and he's already back. I think we leave that for bigger people.
And I'm tired as fuck of dragon. Not gonna lie.
But
I hate dragons.
in
Between
my
you and
mind,
me, Mateus is between you and me. Tobias is the reason I got that gig.
I know, and you were dead, but I spoke to him on your behalf, and I offered to repay your debt and to unfreeze his mother. She's stuck in a plane. I can't remember. I offered, and he just left. So I don't know.
So what I'm saying is, though, I can't see any of these that are viable.
There is one that I
The
don't
last one,
mind. Taking back remnants of the calamity, the echoes.
For me, there is 2 that I don't really mind.
I thought you were fucking talking with fucking Malin.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sorry.
Stop eavesdropping, cockhead.
Like, getting in, taking some artifacts and getting out. It weakens their ability to use them against us. And, you know, I like shiny things. I know, I've changed in a month. I don't drink as much. I've lost a little weight. I'm looking a little gaunt. But shiny things.
I think you look healthier.
Oh, you have to
Sweat
say
looks
that.
like sweat.
It is sweat. It is not blood. Booze.
Before it was booze.
But yeah, I don't want to go around killing any kids. But if we could do this, if I could study some of the echoes, I wouldn't mind having a look. And who knows, it will be a spiting the Empire, like, ha, I took something from you. You took most things from me, but I took a little thing from you.
Hey, listen, I follow you to the ends of the earth. If you're going, I am. Being away from you for a month was enough for me.
That's good to know.
Someone has to protect the innocent people from Callus.
At that side, there's a little side eye, and then look over at Callus, and just a little.
Callus over there.
Okay. Well, I think we're of
Knock at
one
the
mind.
door
Oh,
in the middle of your conversations.
Nobody else gets one, just us.
It's Paige,
Ooh,
and they
special.
sneak in, and they just drop off a very small black scroll. It says Malin and friends.
You could have said it was drafted. Would have been easier to dodge if you gave me a heads up.
This came a few days ago. I thought I would give it to you while nobody else was around. I must leave before I am seen. But I think it's important you see this when you look at the seal it bears. And Paige promptly leaves the room.
Well, Malin, it says for you and your friends. Do you have any of those, or just people you boss around?
Give Dio a light punch in the arm, like.
I'm sorry for doing the things that need to be done instead of the things that cover up the things that need to be done. Oops.
Let's take the real problem off the table. I'll make you an offer you cannot refuse. Dash G dot smoke.
It's a letter from Rumbles.
Does she
Yes.
say where to meet her, or like?
There is no anything to the visible eye.
What about to the blind eye? Rakesh,
Yeah,
look at it.
Rakesh, you read this.
No, he can see now. That's the issue, guys.
Oh, shit.
She was the high flame was really banking on him being blind still.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, there's nothing Rakesh could see either.
I have tremor sense.
It's vibrating constantly.
When people have sex in the next room, it's real awkward for Rakesh.
Odd pace there, homie.
I just see like a boner doing this.
Why are you going on force? That's so weird.
uh,
Well, I don't have anything that can read it. I just double check my thing. They can find like invisible words.
I could burn it.
A little bit of lemon juice.
then just-
I can
Does
detect.
has everybody looked at what this is?
We ain't seen it. We ain't know what it is.
It's a
Does
letter.
anybody know what it says?
I mean, have you told them what it says?
No.
Then no.
She just folds it up and puts it away.
Dio just goes, of course. Walks around the room for a little bit. Are there still guards in here, or is it like empty?
No, it's an empty room now.
Okay.
Rakesh will just have like a little bit of like annoying expression. We'll say no comment.
Everyone should trust the all-knowing mind of Malin. She knows best.
She doesn't rise to your insults.
She knows best.
Eleonora walks in at this point. I know this is a lot to ask. And I apologize for my husband's actions.
Eleanor,
Yes.
do you really think that it is better?
Oh.
Whoops,
Oh,
he's back. Hey,
Sorry,
buddy.
My internet's being really, really fucky. Like, I keep on
Oh, I'm sorry.
like half of the conversations that are happening. But yeah, sorry about that. No.
Okay, it happens.
Do you really think that it is wise to weaken yourself against the Jade Empire when it is actually the High Flame that is your target? This is a lot of work and a lot of resources to pour into a place that does not have a good relationship with the Dark Republic in general. We could turn the tides here and take them when they're weak as well.
We don't know what their relationship is like anymore.
I can find out. We don't have to do this now.
I don't make those calls, unfortunately.
Aren't you the monarch dog?
Well, dog, I think I'm going to speak to you as a friend, and not as your empress, if I may be so candid in this room.
Of course.
I would love that.
Be exiled. Do not take these missions.
Why?
I hear whispers on the streets. I sneak out at night and I go and I sit in places and I just be. There are traitors within the palace. There are double agents working for the Jade Empire. My husband has something they want. But the other half is still missing. And I think we need to find it. I've reached out to a friend of ours, a mutual friend, to Javier, the Prism Library. I've asked him to research about the book my husband has. I think we need to get rid of the book.
I have the means to get rid of it.
Do you?
I have the instructions.
He won't let us just take it from him. You know that, right?
I am very aware.
I don't disagree. That sounds like a great plan, but if it means us getting exiled, that still runs into the issue of Balthazar's kids.
Let them get exiled with you.
Let them be on the run? That's not an option.
where would I even take them now?
I have a proposition for that. Let me adopt your children. They'll be safe. They'd be protected. They'd perhaps have a sibling. And she looks to May.
There's double agents from the Empire in the castle, and you want to adopt my kids? Like, I know what the Empire is like. They'll go after them straight away. I'd rather not.
Have we considered that if we do manage to take the book away from Lucian, that it would clear up his mind and make him more
I saw
lenient or forgiving?
I saw the book, right? I know what book it is.
Oh, what book it is, yeah. Everyone at this, I think, except for maybe Dio, knows exactly what book it is.
Yeah, I just think he's an evil dickhead.
Yeah. It's never been
I'm sitting here
explained
like,
in
man's
its
got a
full sense.
dictionary, and you think that's making him an asshole?
Would I know that it gives an effect like that? That it makes someone more twisted?
May picked up a book and it made her want to eat dirt, so probably.
The book of Ham had that effect on me as well.
Pour one out for the Book of Ham.
That was that was the best day Taylor ever gave me. Is when she looked at me like, I need a couple of weird books, and I was like, dog, I got the best one.
Yes, you would know, Balthazar, that you know who wrote the book.
Mm-hmm.
Killed his bitch ass.
And you know what happens over time. And you know that he's been tethered to this book for almost a year. As a mortal. That's...
Well, not anymore.
But he also knows that it can't really be destroyed. It comes back.
I don't think May knows that. May got the instructions from Javier for how to destroy the book. That's all she got.
Let me carry the book for you, Mr. Frodo, sure.
I can't carry it for you, Mr. Moonshadow, but I can carry you. You're so light now.
Lucian into a volcano.
That seems like a viable solution. I think we should seriously contemplate that one.
A big volcano, it's true.
Just kidnap Lucian, put him in a bag of holding, carry him there. He can't suffocate. It's gonna be fine.
Just teleport there, above, and then dimension door out. Peace.
Yeah, but he can fly. I don't trust that. You put him in the bag, you throw the bag in. Bag gets destroyed, he's already in the lava.
I think we need to decide whether we want to be a part of the same old world order that leaves so many people on their knees, or if we want to be something different. Before you and Lucian got married, the Crystalline Dynasty was on its legs. It's on its ass. Your mother was stolen by the Dragon Twins. Everything was bad. The Dark Republic was pretty bad. I know. But at least now, I mean, look outside the walls. This place is not somewhere that you can just go in and take out the monarch, or on your wedding night have a dragon rampage around the castle killing everyone.
Didn't that happen a couple months ago?
Yeah.
And
Twice.
you know what? Now that I think of it, at my first wedding, well, third wedding, he said something about needing a host. Did we ever find out what they wanted to host?
I thought it was Bella Luna and they found Glory instead.
What do we know about that girl?
Glory or Bella Luna?
Bella Luna, there's no way she's powerful enough of a being.
She's the Void.
Sounds pretty powerful.
Is she the Void, or is she the Void's vessel?
Vessel, I believe. From what I've read, Bella Luna was her own person before she was host.
And if you can be the vessel of the void, well, I think it's quite good.
Well, he's since lost that vessel, hasn't he?
That's what I wonder. I just think of the stories I heard of the Founding Nine and what they locked away.
I would like to lock him back away.
Just... I love him. But I think he's... No, Lucian.
Oh,
I think he's up to something. And I think he's trying to distract me with the war.
Distract you from what he's actually doing.
Hmm.
Do you think he's the new vessel?
I don't know yet.
How do we find that out? How did we find that out the first time?
I wasn't there. You'd have to ask
Well, we
yourself.
destroyed her. We killed her.
I think so.
I don't think we did.
No. She's still out there.
We did kill her because he showed up without the body.
No, she showed up with dragon wings at Xander's fight
Yeah.
and flew
The
off.
last time that we saw Bella Luna, the actual Bella Luna, was when she was before Mateo's fight, when we thought that we were going to go find Xander, but Mateo wound up being there.
Yeah, she's still out there. You guys never killed her specifically.
Yeah, she
The
popped up
voice
afterwards
very
and was
much-
like, "Ah, my child,"
Yeah.
and then left.
I need to look at my notes.
Yeah, we never killed her. We
I don't
fought
think we
her.
did, no.
But we have also seen the Void recently without her because she possessed Eleanor and Dio exorcised her.
Yeah. So you know that it can at least shape change.
Okay, so we have a couple of options, I guess, and I'm not a fan of a lot of them. If we're gonna be doing this, my vote is the artifacts.
For me, I have two votes: the artifact and the.
It's not the way voting works, my guy.
I'm gonna vote for two. Okay. Who are you to stop me, Caddis?
Sorry. Just trying to keep things fair.
I only have one vote.
I have three.
If Eleonora is the only person who has our best interests in mind, and her wish is for us to save her husband and our friend, then I'm inclined to do that.
I miss my
That
brother.
leads to us getting exiled, and that leads to Balthazar's kids being what?
Balthazar doesn't have to take this deal.
I guess I could go get the artifacts by myself while you guys do whatever it is you're doing. I don't know, but
I'd be
I mean,
with you.
I don't know how you would save him, because either way, it's fucked. You know.
Is it fucked not to try?
What? Try and what? So you're going to end up killing him or something? Then he just comes back and is mad? I don't get it. Like, if you try and take the book away, you can't destroy the book. It will just come back, and then someone else will
What do
have
you mean
it.
it just comes back?
It's just like the main man himself. You can't kill him forever. You saw what
A
we
book
did.
is a book.
It's I've touched it. I have felt it. That is not a book. That is an entity unto itself. It's dangerous.
So the book is a lich?
No, it's an artifact for sure. It's dangerous to be around it. I thought it would be safe with him because, well, I thought he could control it, but if it's destroyed, it just comes back, and then someone else will have it. Someone who
What if
isn't
we-
a friend.
What if
What
we
if we-
kept it?
Well,
Like him, assumedly.
What if
Can I ask a
we hide it?
question? When you guys fought Vecna,
mm,
You were there.
I don't remember. When you
Died
guys
like
fought
on the
Vecna,
second turn.
Did you guys? Did he leave anything behind?
Yes.
It's like
Yeah,
the fairy tale. I don't know the real. I know nothing about him in a real sense. The fairy tale is that he's got the hand, he's got the eye, he's got a book. All of them are
He's got a
dark
body.
evil stuff. And it can't be Vecna can't be back unless he's got all of them.
Well, then maybe we need to get back together with the Archmage, and rather than destroy it, have it locked up properly.
That's what I was going to suggest, is if we can't destroy it, why not just put it somewhere where no one can get it? Either some sort of vault, or hell, if we have to jump planes and drop it in the river Styx or something and just get rid of it.
Do we know
My-
where these other pieces are? Did he drop a hand, an eye, or the obviously not the book? If it's
No. Well, there was a bag full of body parts, Balthazar. Was there a hand in it?
Yeah, there was a couple of hands, but definitely not a Vecna hand. It was mostly full skeletons.
Meta-wise, didn't he drop like
I'm
a
ju-
golden gauntlet?
I can't remember.
Wasn't he wearing like the Infinity Gauntlet? And then I asked Taylor if he had an eyeball, and she said the socket was empty.
I can't remember at all.
I'll
Because
look at
Buck
my
thought the
list.
Infinity Gauntlet was the hand of Vecna.
It's been a long time. This is why we're going back to week, folks.
And Wagner, it's quite some time, yeah. Or I can run all my life, I don't mind. Like, I'm immortal, he's immortal.
I got it. 1 second.
Also, Taylor, from
One
a
sec.
Dio perspective. Okay, sorry.
Found by Balthazar. One ring fits 2 fingers, has a small reflective surface similar to a mirror,
Just got those notes.
8 small gems. A tattered bag made of deep red blood-stained fabric embroidered as fine silk. A scroll with a language Balthazar does not recognize. A small map of Nova Zemlya with a circle around Natra. 20 platinum. A bottle of very fine black ink.
So no hand.
No hand, no eye.
As a bard, who has been goofing around in bars full of tourists and travelers, have I heard any tales of anything about Vecna? Any people who have witnessed the eye? Just anyone, even just someone exaggerating a fake story? Have I heard anything?
Go ahead and make me a history check. Checking one more place for a very specific note.
That's a 23, baby.
No, honestly, not while you were up here.
Okay.
I know where one of those things are. Don't know anything about a hand, but the eye, I know where it is. Or I know who can find it.
You know where the eye is?
Not specifically, but I know where to find it.
Okay, but Vecna is not a problem right now. Vecna is gone for a little while anyway. We have bigger problems in the moment.
No, I don't disagree. It was a bit of a ramble thought. I do apologize. I don't obviously know Lucian like you guys do. I think about the worst end game is that guy.
Something's flipped in him. That is not the Lucian that we know, and I think that that's what Eleonora is trying to say. All of these things are a distraction. They are not the main point.
Rakesh,
And I agree.
what May's saying is right.
I'm trying to say, I'm not sure what's flipped. We're saying it's flipped. I don't know what's flipped. Not yet,
Lucian
anyway.
is dead.
Yeah, of course he's dead.
You had
Died a long time ago.
an employee relationship with him. We traveled with him.
Yeah, I spoke with him a lot. We talked a lot into the night when I was researching how to make him what he is.
But you didn't see him act under pressure the way that we did. This is not a reaction that we are familiar with. His entire family was destroyed. The Church of Shar was destroyed.
Yeah.
And this was not who met that strife. Do you understand?
I understand that now he's taking steps to retaliate the war. And everyone's like, he's flipped.
Because he could have done it way earlier.
With what, Rakesh? You don't fight a war by yourself.
He could have done it before he went. Before he transformed in what he is.
Like on his
He was-
wedding night when he
wa-
almost died? I don't think
He was
so.
emperor. He was
Here's what
emperor
I'll
before
say.
he was a lich.
Is that I agree that the Empire needs to be taken down, and I have more gripe with the Empire than I ever have before. But the target is High Flame Azure, and anything that evades the target of High Flame Azure is a distraction. It's a tactic outside of logic.
I agree. I would much rather be going after the High Flame. I'd much rather do that. She has
That's what
my
I'm
country by the gripe. The gripe? The grip. The vice. The balls.
The balls.
The balls.
Then if,
She's a slaver, and she's
if
evil.
I may, then
Oh, hi, Eleanor. Forgot you were here. Sorry.
that's okay. I'm often forgotten. Take the exile and do it yourself.
It's not a bad idea.
End her.
Would that stop Lucian from making these poor choices?
I don't know.
This goes back around to the whole issue for Balthazar of that he doesn't want to be exiled for the sake of his kids.
Yeah.
We can find someone. I have contacts all over. We just need a caring, playful soul who can babysit.
I know where we can.
I can buy a lovely little home for them. I will fund a new space. I will hire, if you want to take them on the road with you to get them to their next spot, then we can put them somewhere safely.
Balthazar, I know someone who can take care of them for now.
I'm just, like May, I'm surprised that the option to go after the High Flame isn't an option for us.
I think it's
Can I be honest?
I feel like
Yes.
an ego thing. I feel like Lucian wants that himself.
Exactly what I was about to say. I do not have a hand in this planning. I'm just here as the mouth. He's cold. He's distant.
Why don't we
I
take
need-
him with us?
He won't leave.
Why?
He spends all of his time in study and walks late at night through the ruins of old Yosted.
He's going,
Resistance.
he's going mad.
That's what I think, Rakesh, you're right.
I just flash Callus a Yosted Stance tattoo on my neck.
Throw out gang signs.
It's this.
Please-
Yeah, throw out the
Here
big
we
one.
go.
Yosted Stance.
Please show me what the gang sign for Yosted stands is.
Yosted Stands.
Never surrender.
Fantastic.
Matching Yosted tattoos, guys?
Buddy, I got the gun.
I think you are all coming to the right conclusion. I think Lucian wants the High Flame for himself.
So,
Rakesh, I think you're right. I think he is going mad. I think this war is a distraction to hide whatever he's truly doing.
I think he's doing the war so he can do thing he couldn't do.
Okay. Okay, so
What
let's
do you think
play
he
the
couldn't
game
do,
here.
Rakesh? I'm curious.
Like without justification.
Mm. I see what
I
you're
don't-
saying.
Disagree. Let's play the game here. Let's say we go kill the High Flame. May has the perfect person to babysit. What's Lucian gonna say when we take his kill?
Thank you.
That's I was wondering.
Lucian will not like that.
Lucian will remember this.
Yeah, that's a Lucian disapproves.
Here's
Well,
what I'm thinking.
if he wants
Go
to
ahead.
have a gripe about it, he will remember that there are 2 people in the room with an axe to grind for the High Flame. He at least lived in the nice church under the Shar, is what I'm saying. So maybe it's time that I got mine. And if he has a problem with it, then I will concede that he must have gone crazy.
I support you both. So.
You know it's-
Additionally, we've already killed one lich.
Well, for now.
I've
A
been
little
working
smile.
against the High Flame since I came here.
A little smile happens on Dio's face when Callus casually implies the killing of Lucian.
And if I need to go in an eternal fight with him, I'm gonna go do it.
Yeah, man, we got a lich of our own, and then I just punch Rakesh on the shoulder.
I'm no lich. My technique is that I'm still alive.
Does Drakesh have a heartbeat?
You touch him?
Yeah, I touch
I've
Rakesh
done
all the
this
time
be-
just
and
for fun.
I've done this before. I've felt his pulse. It's extremely close to
Yes,
non-existent, wasn't it?
yes,
It's
it is
weak,
really
it's there.
low. Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's there.
Okay. The most relaxed man in the world.
Because I thought Rakesh was also a vampire for a while.
Balthazar, the important thing here is that you're comfortable with our decision.
Gotta interview the babysitter.
That's fine.
I know
Over.
I've been pulling back. I think it's because it's been hard because he's a countryman and we have the same goals and we spent a lot of time together and it's something that I sort of regret doing for him. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done it. And I feel responsible and now we're talking about what to do about him, which is difficult for me because I
I
follow
want to save him, to be clear.
Shar, and I believed that he was our true emperor. He's going to make our home great again.
I'm gonna build a wall.
Yeah, by building a wall.
You see
Well, he is building
see
a
the
wall,
Empire wall? Rubbish. I'm gonna build my own wall. It's gonna be great.
There's a wished wall.
And I'm gonna
There's better wall.
I'm gonna make them pay for the wall.
Yeah.
Get Empire gonna pay
Vegeta
for the
Empire's
wall.
gonna pay for the wall.
So I feel responsible, like this is my fault, and that
Can
I should
I-
fix it.
Can I put something out there? As not that I want to continue to be contrary,
Mhm.
but I have a feeling about something,
Okay.
which is that I'm willing to bet Lucian expects us to do this.
Maybe that's what he.
Maybe that's what he planned.
But
For
he
us-
don't
him,
want. He
but he is
don't.
a
He don't
smart
want.
guy.
He don't want
Hang on.
to admit it.
Hang on. Maybe he expects us to take down the High Flame so he can take the easy stuff with the people who are less competent than we are. We may be fractured and broken, but we are very good at eliminating problems.
Well, that's true. And as I heard, he swore an oath to the High Flame. And this is not a
We
guy
can-
who breaks oaths, so he's not going to actively move against her. If someone happened
That's
to
what
do
I'm
it,
saying.
maybe you're right.
I think we take the exile and do the things that need doing on our own and let them kill each other.
if we're
Then
going
maybe-
after,
Eleonora can take over and talk some sense.
Callus, you had something to say.
if we are going after the High Flame, can I bring Peril? He and I have certain experience with assassinating leaders of the Dark Republic.
Is that P?
Yes.
I don't see why not. Eleonora, the one problem that I have with all of this, besides Balthazar's children, is leaving you here.
I can handle mine.
She's a badass. She'll be fine.
I know you can handle yours, but I don't like the idea of you being here alone to do it.
I appreciate it. I do. I
Harry's
will
here.
find.
For how long?
She won't be alone. She has Rosa.
I could
Rosa,
take
who's
Rosa.
been in the room the whole time, just goes.
Well, I
Rosa
think
is
that you should take back
manipulating.
control over the House of Light, for sure.
I
And
can do
Rosa
that.
with it. Just make sure that Harry gets his things that he needs.
I
Just
must now ask as your Empress. You kill the High Flame and then what?
I don't think we should.
Who takes the throne of the Dark Republic? Who
Balthazar
leads those
seems
people?
like a great fit.
Do you
please.
declare it a sovereign state? And the city is on its own? Do you impose an election?
If we make
I can't be involved.
any
Why?
move to destabilize the running of the Dark Republic, the Empire may just extend its wall all the way down and just take it.
Yeah, we don't want to unbalance the power.
That's what
Right
I'm
now.
saying.
Lucian's plan that he told me was to take back his ancestral home, so he would move troops from here to there to be stationed in case of an Empire attack. If he has changed his mind on that, I don't know.
Like
What do I
said,
know
both-
about troop movement? Or have I been left out of this?
It's been over the last month. You've pretty much been not.
dark. Okay.
Yeah, like you've been in the dark. You guys knew there was the bruins of a war. Like everyone has seen those little
Yeah.
timbits, but in the last month, it's really escalated.
Yeah, there was a pancart with "We want you."
Yeah, there's recruitment posters. It's, and that's kind of why Eleanor is telling you guys she's thinking something else is happening
I
because
don't
of
think we
how
should go
fast
after
this
them.
became a priority.
I think our priority needs to be other things. The things that we couldn't do as subjects, and the things that we can do as exiles. For one thing, the Traveler is still in carceri. For another, Neopythos has still been released. For another,
lots of others.
there's so many things that and the Void, we don't know where the Void is. We still owe Caprinia the Unicorn, the head of Mateo, whether
The
or
what?
not the head of Mateo,
No, the what? The who?
Caprinia the Unicorn.
You weren't there for that.
Yeah, no, I figured. I thought they were like, nay, I'm a horse with a horn. I didn't know like they were like, you owe me money.
We
sorry,
promised her
continue.
something.
Yeah, that's
Well, we
why-
promised her
okay.
something in exchange for a life.
I just thought they were like animals. I didn't know they were like sentient.
No, they're sentient.
That's bonkers.
Okay, so this is my thoughts, if I may. The Traveler is a god of the Fae.
Mhm.
God used loosely, but a totem of the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
Neopythos is a member of the Founding Nine,
Mhm.
who have the hall in the Fae, the tribunal. The Void was created by the Founding Nine, locked away.
We have to go to the Fae.
That sounds like a good place to
Founding
at
Nine
least
seem like
start.
a problem. I'm not saying like they're like the bad guys. I'm just saying like they clearly have enough problems out there. Why aren't they doing something?
Neopythos would have a problem with the Void being out there. Think he'd listen
A
to
group.
reason.
I've heard of tales of adventurers be embodiments of the Nine,
Oh,
and the group fractures before they can complete the task of defeating the Eldritch Horrors.
it's like a bunch of half-wits.
Looks around everyone in the room.
I don't think it's us.
I've heard
If it's
tales.
us, my statement stands. A bunch of half-wits.
I think it's a good place. I have two thoughts for you. Go to the Fae and figure it out. Do the research. Talk to the tribunal. Maybe find out who the most recent adventuring group is. And get some information. That's a good idea, in my opinion. Or you kill whoever needs to be killed and find all of their dirtiest secrets before my husband does.
I bet that the Void is in the Empire with his children. We haven't seen them for a long time. They have consolidated a large amount of power.
Why isn't the Void one of Lucian's priorities?
He's never mentioned them to me, to be honest. I've only
Maybe
heard
he
the
knows
little
about this
bits.
other adventuring group that tried and got fucking bodied.
I'm sure that others have tried to get Vecna and have been, as you say, bodied as well.
I'm not saying they have it. I'm just saying like, aren't the Founding Nine and stuff like the Eldritch Horrors? Aren't they like above the gods? Isn't that like a
That is the
that's
lore.
like a step up?
Creators of this world, yes.
We have the creators on our side.
Hopefully.
I know I have one. Sort of.
Maybe
I think that we need to gather up our own allies before we get started.
but the list is going to be
We
pretty
need to tie
short.
up some loose ends.
I was gonna say I pick up the operation to kill Thaben and Mateo. I'm like, okay, well, that's the ally I can think of.
I wouldn't call him an ally. But I think that we can round up enough power that we do not have to be at the mercy of Lucian's whims.
I'm going to step out of the room before I become an
Implicit.
accessory to treason and murder.
Aren't you in charge? Can you like not be treasonous? I don't know how. Like, I don't know. You're right. Okay.
We want to
Just
help
missing the
Lucian.
bite.
There is no part of me that wants to harm him.
I trust you to do what you must. I have faith that you can do better than those that came before us. And I have faith that if killing my husband is the right thing to do, and she looks to Callus, then it shall be done.
Well, that's wild.
May goes and gives Eleonora a hug and says in her ear, in Mind Link actually, because she still has a Mind Link up, "You really need to go now."
She nods her head, not disagreeing, not speaking, just leaves.
He drops the Mind Link.
Okay. So they're expecting us to pick one of these probably really soon because we've been in here a while. And at my last count, at least half of us want to commit treason and run away. To do whatever. Exile, whatever the order is. Draft, dodge. However you want to put it.
Why don't we just tell them that we're doing one and then just not do it?
I was gonna just put that out there. We could always lie.
I need to check back in as an employee.
Well, if we get exiled, you're not an employee. That's what I'm saying. So if we want to do stuff that only exiles can do, you lose your job.
I'm not worried about my job.
I know, but I'm saying if we lie to them, we can still go do the other things. You get to keep your job. You get to keep a foot in the circle, whatever you like. And Balthazar keeps a safe place for his kid. Because whether I like to admit it or not, the Emperor is a very strong,
Is it
powerful
even
guy.
safe here? They're about to go to war.
No, it's not safe here. I'd still need to move them, even if we said, you know, we're going to the Empire to go do this, and then we don't do it. I would still need to move them.
Vivian is near Nantra, right?
Sorry, where?
Did something? What's
Vividen?
the place where Vividen.
No. Both ancient Commonwealth cities, yes. But, Nantra is significantly more west than Vividen. Vividen is significantly closer to the Dark Republic than it is to Nantra.
I know that there is a portal to the Feywild in Vividen. I know someone who could care for your children while we take a brief walk through the Feywild. It is currently winter. It will feel like much longer for your children.
So if we're gone a while, it could be years for them.
So we could also take them to my parents.
Don't your parents, hate people?
Humans.
Well, this sort of human.
No, they're not.
And to skip the travel, Dio does have a little...
Oh yeah, he has the hat.
May is excluding Dio from her planning. The most important thing to me is that your children are safe, Balthazar. Our decision-making as adults have the effect on these little ones' lives. So, I do what you tell me to do right now.
I don't know, I kind of put all of my eggs in one basket.
That's the great thing about baskets, is it's a two-way thing. You can take them out.
And they're portable.
Not when you make them a lich, you can't take them out.
Balthazar, you're the smartest guy I know. You can undo a lich. I don't know how. I'm not that smart, but you know.
I think I need to talk to Lady Shar. We have a relationship. She dummied me once. Maybe she'll talk to me. I think I need some guidance, but let's say for now we're going to do one of the things, and we can discuss. Because if we're all going to go to exile together in a world that's about to go to war, I want to trust that I'm going to be exiling with people that I can trust. So glancing at Callus again.
a meta level from your DM to you guys. If y'all need a day to think about what you're going to do, i.e., the week and a half between our next session, you guys can just ask them for a day, and they will give you. I will say yes. They will give you a day. If you guys need to like weigh the list of pros and cons and like make up a list of allies you'd want to find and stuff like that. Like if you guys want to do like the bulk of the work off and like just summarize, I'm okay with that. Because I know like this is a big choice. This like decides your path to endgame. This is not an easy choice. So
We can take one day.
Yep.
they can give you a day.
I have to start researching schools in the Feywild for my children. Like, you know, I'm going to need a day.
You know, a school of fish. It's real good.
But like also, you guys can come up with a list of like, you know, one of you said gather your allies. Make a list of everyone you owe favors to that you know or you've just got a good relationship with. There's a list of people who will help you.
Oh yeah. Yep. I've got it.
Trusting Nikki for that list. I think all my allies are
I got
here.
you.
Now we're talking about killing them.
I've got one singular friend.
I also
Kind of
have one
brother,
singular
technically.
friend, but he's already in the party. So I don't know how much help that's gonna be.
You should ask
Oh,
him if he'll
weird.
help us.
Maylin has more friends than Dio? What a weird thing.
Well, Dio killed himself, so he doesn't have a lot of options to go back to.
True.
I could go ask 4 other bards that played in a band with me. None of them are magical, but you know,
Has
good
Iris
music.
still not gotten back to me? I need to go to the fucking post office. I have so many letters that I put out.
I want to go and hunt down Floyd.
Oh,
Let's go
Mantra.
Floyd in here.
Go to Nantra.
Floyd's in. I was gonna say Floyd's in Nantra.
Babysitting
He's
a black
taking
site
care
prison.
of a big house.
May knows Floyd, right?
May does know
they,
Floyd.
they can be friends.
May
Yeah.
knows a lot of
May knows a
little
lot
bits
of people.
The closest place I can get
Alright.
us in the Commonwealth is Astapora.
That's right, the Coke bag daddy. Yes.
Yes. Floyd. One mention of Floyd and the chat goes off. Chat fans, Floyd.
He's
Floyd.
everyone's favorite.
Floyd.
He's everyone's favorite.
Living for it.
I actually also need to go to the post office to ask for friends. I've got an idea. It's a bad idea, but it's an idea.
It's been over we introduced Floyd to AWR on December 3rd, 2022. Man's been
A year and a half.
Wow, really?
I just went back and looked at the date. Yeah, Floyd.
Jesus Christ.
I know you've missed Floyd so much. Every time we talk, you're like, how's Floyd? I'm like, Floyd's chilling.
He
Floyd's
is
just
still
there.
a bag of cocaine.
No,
he's not.
he was
No.
uncoked. He was
Okay.
uncoked. That
Excellent.
was like a canon event that like had to happen before that campaign like died. They
It's true.
needed to get Floyd back up and up. They needed a house babysitter.
Really.
Yeah.
No more cocaine. No, Floyd is a person again.
He's a person.
He probably does the cocaine.
Good for him. YOLO.
It's a happy surprise.
As people trickle back in the room, Valera and everybody, Alanora, Lucian. Alanora looks and Lucian interrupts her as she looks like she's about to speak. What have you decided?
There are different skills among us. We have not decided on one. We'll have to take the day and consider what resources we have at our disposal.
I will give you 12 hours.
24, please.
The war's not going anywhere.
His eyes drift to each one of you, questioning your worth, questioning your competence. 24 hours. That's it. That's all. And then you decide if you bear my crest or leave my city. And he walks out of the room. And as soon as he puts his foot down on that first step to leave, the cloak starts.
There's still a fragment of him in there.
He's still in there.
You know something's changed because he's walking everywhere again. That's so weird.
Instead of levitating.
So speed a couple of inches off the ground.
One has to wonder if he deems us so incompetent, why he asked for our help in the first place, but also why doesn't he just go and fight and win the war by himself? He seems capable enough to do it, right?
He might like to Callus because he wants us dead.
He could try.
I think we're jumping to some conclusions here, but okay.
As
She doesn't say because he wants you dead. She's being nice about it.
Mm-hmm.
As the conspiracies run rampant and the room clears out, you all trek back to the House of Light for one of the last times.
I go to my cabin.
Oh, you're not gonna be part of the conversation?
Oh, I thought we were going to bed. My apologies. Yeah, I'll go.
It's pretty early in the day yet. You guys didn't wake up that long ago. To continue this conversation, to muse over your list of who can help, who can aid, who's a write-off, where you have to go. And that's where we're going to end today's session. The group
Can I get
deciding...
one conversation in before we...
Yes.
end?
I retract my sentence. Continue.
Would Dio allow himself to be alone with May?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Before they leave the castle, May will not do this in the House of Light. May will do this beforehand, but try to get him in the same broom closet that she and Callus were in.
Oh.
Okay.
Am I stepping in here for a minute?
If you're gonna just stab me, just do it.
I don't carry weapons.
Dio steps in.
May shuts the door behind them, and mind links to Eleonora not to let Paige near them.
This is a tight space.
Yeah. You want to take a swing, then do it.
No. I'm good.
Now you are.
What are we doing here? What is this?
I'm guilty, Dio. I feel guilty. Since the minute that you died, since I worked so hard to make sure that we had the resources that we needed to bring you back, since I allied with someone I hate to bring you back. And you seem I did what needed to be done, and I'd do it again. You hate me for it.
What do you think I hate you for?
I don't know. You've been a total cunt to me since you came back. Did you not want to come back? Because I understand that.
I've been the cunt? Malin,
Yes.
I came back and you wouldn't look me in the eye. You hid from me like I was some kind of monster, and then you
Because
treated
it's
me
my
like
fault.
such. lot of things are your fault, that is not. You don't get to take the blame for my death.
My mom.
I died a badass. That's the only way I did it. And that's not
You
your
couldn't get
fault.
your body
You
back.
don't get... So what?
That's my fault.
I'm sorry. Did you disintegrate my corpse?
I let him get to you.
Oh, I forgot the part where you could just be like, oh, Vecna, stop. May, you don't have that power. You're not that strong.
I prioritized getting to Harry, Lucian, and Alanora, and you died.
Because they were your friends.
So are you.
Yeah, but I was fine. You put faith in that I would be capable or that other people could save me. You trusted your friends. That's not your fault. Please don't take away the badassery and the honor of my death by making it a sad thing. The sad thing is that I'm stuck in this body. I know you guys won't get this. Maybe you're the only one who will get this. I know you've had your ability to change between your forms taken away from you. As somebody who lives life extremely fluid, I spent most of my teens as a teenage girl. You know what that's like? You actually know what that's like.
Yes.
You do. But the point is, I don't have that option anymore. I may prefer the more masculine
And
points
that
of life.
is my
Not your fault. No. It's not. There's a lot of fault at play here. You have a lot of blame to take. Let's save it for the stuff that's actually your fault. Do you want me to blame you for something? Because I've got a list.
I just want pushed around the table.
I don't like that you treat your little war dog like a chihuahua. Anytime somebody steps up to him, you try to protect him. He doesn't need your protection. I tried to stop him from slaughtering a man that I had enchanted to stay still, that made me complicit in an obscene crime. And instead, you stopped me from stopping him. You had the power to save a man's life and you chose to end it. That's a death on your hands. I don't believe in my heart for a second that you didn't know Callus was going to kill that infant. That tumor, whatever it was. You had the power to stop that, and you had the power to let Balthazar be there. You didn't. That's a death on your hands. Mine is not. My death is on Vecna's hands, and you don't get to take that away from me or him. That's his blame to hold, and that's my revenge to get. I'm mad at you because I thought you were this badass, and now I'm learning that's not true. You're just like the rest of us. You're terrified, and you're letting Callus be the big angry hand because that's easier than confronting him about it.
You're wrong.
Lovely thing about opinions, I guess. I'm coming along on this trip because I'm gonna save people from your insane husband.
I'm telling you right now that if he continues, he will not be my husband.
I'm telling you now that if he continues, I'm gonna put him down. And then I open the broom closet and I leave. Before stopping and going, but you don't get to take my death away from me. That's mine. And then I start to walk away.
Cut to me explaining to the kids how I trust my friends. We're going to exile, but it's okay because we're all a unit. This big unit. Oh dear.
Okay. So, as you all leave the palace and make your way back to the House of Light, that's where we end our session. The group slowly rebuilding friendships, slowly rebuilding trust, and trying to figure keyword slowly, and trying to figure out how to move forward, what life looks like for them. Team, thank you so much for being here today. We got a lot done. We accomplished a lot. I'm
Progress.
excited to see what comes next. Progress. Yeah. There's only one thing left to do. Welcome to level 13, pals. Haven't done this since November.
We didn't earn this. We didn't earn level 13. We sat in a
Well,
room
we
I
could
talking
have
did.
and
we could
yelling
have
at each
ended the
other.
whole fucking campaign.
Actually-
right now, so I think we
Fine.
did.
Holding back.
No,
No level for you guys.
no. I've been sat there in the background making my own spells and teaching kids. I think I've earned my level 13.
Yeah, I've been doing my rogue shit. So
I-
I don't know
Oh,
what
yeah,
you've been
cool.
doing for a month.
Alice is
I
also
learned-
Batman at night.
I learned a job, so I earned my.
Goddamn
Yeah, you're
right. You got sous chef Rakesh over here.
Rakesh is the only one who raises a level.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, guys. There has to be stay at 12 for catch. No, I think this is very well earned. Big combat before the camp. We took our break. I think this is some well earned reward. Let's really quick roll some hit dice. And yeah, let's just we'll do it real quick. So as per usual, give me your level, what your class you're taking, the level of the class, and what your hit die is. We'll start from the bottom of my list and work our way up. There's only one person in this group who's not multi-classed, by the way, if anyone is curious, and that is Chris. The rest of you are multi-classed.
It's because Chris is smart.
Yeah.
I got big brain,
So
big brain
starting at the
plans.
bottom, wandering our way up. Wombat, what class, what level, what hit dice?
Level 13, obviously.
Obviously.
But I'm taking a 5th level in cleric.
Ooh, and that's a D8, correct?
Yes. I forget. Do we roll on D&D Beyond for?
Are you gonna
this
make me
campaign?
roll on D&D Beyond?
What the fuck was that?
You know what, Thomas? Because I have Rakesh's character sheet open. Roll me a
Mhm.
straight D20. If that D20 is above a 15, you guys can roll physical dice.
Are you kidding?
On the,
D20 to roll well for D20?
do you want me to roll on D&D Beyond?
No, I'll let you roll for real, Thomas.
So mad right now.
That's a 2.
So mad.
Like
right
the
now.
20,
yeah,
the
cool.
20,
So,
the 20 was just there, but it is there.
For the sake of May's hit points, let's roll in person. Go ahead and roll your hands.
I just rolled it on D&D Beyond then.
All right, what'd you get?
I got a 4.
That's not bad. Pretty middle of the route. Thomas.
I'm really hesitating. Like, am I rushing for the tongues of the sun and moon? Oh no, I'm gonna take a level in cleric.
All right,
Whoa.
roll a d8.
Whoa.
So I have my channel divinity.
Yeah,
That's a 7.
nice. Nikki, you're next.
5.
What class?
Rogue. 10th level of rogue.
That's a d8 and a 5. Chris. Oh boy, howdy. What are you taking?
I'm actually multi-classing into cleric. I feel like we don't have enough clerics in the party, so I'm gonna multi-class into cleric.
Third cleric.
No, fuck that. I'm going goddamn prison wizard all the way. That's a
Go ahead and roll.
that's a 3.
That's not bad. It's middle of the road.
It's a
All right.
D6. It's fine.
Buck, sorcerer or bard?
Cleric.
Cleric. Oops, all clerics.
Dog, I don't even know you, dog. It's not even a
Dog.
Dog.
Why are you making him do this, dog?
Dog.
Get a
don't
multi-class
make me-
Come on,
druid
dog.
for the dog.
Yeah, I am a dog actually, so I'm gonna go druid. Dog, I don't even know.
Pick.
Definitely a
Spit it
Bard?
out.
bard.
D8. Go ahead and roll.
I'm just double checking. I don't get any really cool things at level 3 for sorcerer.
You get more meta magic and sorcery points.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use any of that shit. Sorcerer's there for fucking lore. And then I gotta roll a dice, and my dice is a D
8.
8.
Yep.
D-
Oh. For
Okay,
those
so that's-
curious,
That's a
Maylin has a 30 passive perception.
Ain't nobody sneaking by me,
That's
motherfucker.
I have
That's
a
3.
20.
3. All right.
I just hit
Well,
7th
team-
level spells, guys.
I get a 6th level spell
I get
because
a
I
third
regrettably have sorcery level.
You can cast Revivify now.
Revivify, yeah.
I have this button
I told
called
you I was taking Revivify.
Power Word Pain. I'm gonna start doing that. Meh.
That's dirty. That's dirty.
Meh.
All
Meh.
right. Team, thank you so much. This was an absolute pleasure to run for you. I cannot wait to do this again. But next week, tune in 7 a.m. Eastern for session 20, I think. Is it 20? I take the notes. I should know this.
Session 20?
Is it?
I will tell you. I have the notes.
Session
I
18.
know I only have
It's session 18.
18.
Join us next week for session 18 of the Fallen Star, where us idiots continue to be idiots.
There will be no survivors.
You heard it here first. There's no survivors.
No survivors.
Thanks,
No
Ambrose.
survivors. Anytime. No survivors on this side of here, Mississippi. Keep an eye on the Discord. Exclamation in Discord to do the things with us. Other than that, we'll fucking cast you later, guys.
You'll do what to me?
In your butt.